Not gonna lie, I hit it by accident. Yeah, I'm not ashamed. Hold on, this display capture is not getting my display. Why are you calling it a display capture then? If it doesn't get the actual display. It's gonna be this display. Correct. Okay. Okay. That's annoying. There we go. Not gonna lie, that worried me for a second, and then we figured it out, so that's good. I feel like I don't know what to listen to today. Oh, my polybar is still not resized. I keep on forgetting to do that. What should I listen to? I'm thinking of that one Bill Evans record. Yeah. I really like this record. I think super underrated. There's also some great samples to come out of this record. Alright, let's get set up here. I think we're pretty much set up actually. Alright. What are we doing? Good question. Alright, I was in the middle of making a JSON parser for this stuff, so as you can see, we added on to this list now for this end. Experimental light mapping, parallax layers that shift based on view angle and position, mimicking specular lighting. Implement lighting probes to fake global illumination. So the idea here with this parallax layers, my idea was that basically a 2D UV light map with stacked layers on top of it, so a texture array essentially, where you are indexing based on your view angle, so that we can fake Phong lighting on the CPU. And so that's what's going to be happening after this gets done. Hey, what's up, Azix? How are you doing? But we still have to get there, and this refactor isn't going to do itself. So we were in this file. We were also in this file. So as you can see, I was working on this morning. So this is a basic JSON parser for this struct material definitions, which is what goes in the JSON. We get these material definitions, and then we populate these render keys. Render keys probably actually don't need an ID, but yeah, so these render keys are how we sort our draw groups and split them up. So this is just the version that gets written to the files, because all of our shaders are going to have a name, all of our textures have IDs, which come from the texture pool. and then these will also be on the JSON. I have to actually figure out, I guess that these are just integers, right? So, and then the ID we cache on here so that we can unserialize it and then reserialize it at the end. What we do at the end when we save a map is that we have our draw groups, and then we need to go from draw group to material definition, and then just write this string with every single triangle, right? So that we know what material it is when we load it in. Hey, what's up, Aria? How are you doing? I wanted to actually just, because Aria was asking me earlier, I made this kind of cheat sheet for you, because I realized that I didn't really know how to explain it, and so I went through my own code and to explain the UV stuff for light maps. This is exactly what my code does. It's exactly what my code is doing here. So it gets the U direction and the V direction. The V direction is the cross product of the normal and the U direction. And then you're basically just taking the dot product of each point in the triangle with those different directions to get the UVs. It's super simple. There are, if you have like a dot object file from Blender or whatever, there are libraries that do this for you. I forget what they're called, but I didn't use that because I obviously have my own like triangle, editing setup. So this is how you generate UVs for pretty much everything. The reason you might want to use one of those tools is because the issues that I have run into with how big my light maps are. So my light maps end up, right now, they're like 60 megabytes for that really small map. We can just bring that really, down, because I plan to just move the light maps. Right now, everything is done in floating point, but I plan on moving it to just integers, so RGB8. But yeah, so that's what I wanted to share, because I know that I didn't really explain it well earlier, and I didn't really have good resources for it. But yeah, this is the code. So you take the dot product, you find the UVs, then you find the smallest and maximum, right? And then you calculate the range, and then you basically find the local by subtracting the min and putting it over the range, and then this code places it inside of a rectangle inside of the atlas, right? So I hope that I explained that good, because I know you were asking me earlier and I felt like I couldn't explain it at all. But yeah, so that's, yeah, it's not a big deal at all. So what UVs are, you're going to look them up, and it's going to be a bunch of people that don't know what UVs are trying to tell you what UVs are. What everybody says it is it's a way to translate from 2D texture space onto a 3D object. Really, that doesn't tell you actually what UVs are. What UVs are is, say you have a 3D triangle that is like diagonally, at some random angle in 3D space rather than 2D space, right? You need to know where to start and where to end, and so X and Y and Z are useless, right? Because they're not actually on the plane, right? So what this cross product does is it finds a direction that is tangent to the edge, the BA edge, the AB edge, and the normal. And that's what this cross product does as well. To find the normal, you're just finding the tangent to both BA and CA edges. That's how you get, projected out from the surface, right? And so if you find the cross product of that and the BA edge, now you're suddenly going, you know, diagonally out, you can think of it. Yes, so I hope that I explained that correctly. It's really not complicated. That this UV formula I use all over the engine, including, it's the same thing that I use for all of my text. I also kind of wanted to show off, I wanted to kind of say, where's a good way to say this? Yeah, so like here, for example, you're passing in UVs all the time in GLSL, right? And that's what the UVs are. Here, of course, it's a 3D, you know, it's a texture array, so you also have that argument, but I hope that I kind of explained that well enough. I plan on making, like, my next video, I kind of want to make a, so you want to make a game engine that just, like, talks about all the math and stuff. Because it's not complicated. There just aren't really good resources on it because most people just import .object files that already have UVs baked into them. So, there was a Stack Overflow on it, though, that I found at one point. Alright. So, we're just going to do the same exact thing for the shader name. So what I'm working on here is I want to get these materials into JSON and loading them in. So that's what I'm working on. Your professor is always encouraging you to make game images? I think you should. Oh, I also wanted to show off oh, I have to escape a bunch of characters here. What is the name of this? Okay. I named it horror game because that's what it was supposed to be when I started. I wanted to show off this build of the engine as it used to be. This is all raycasted on the CPU, so that's why it gets these kind of warbly textures as you kind of pan across. You see what I mean? There's kind of no way to actually do that on the GPU because things are kind of too correct, I guess. And if you're doing lighting and post-processing stuff, keeping that level of, you know, messing around or whatever is kind of difficult if you want to have a correct depth texture. And I use compute shaders for what specifically? I do use compute for the particles. My worry with compute shaders is that later what I am going to have to do with all of the stuff that's in compute is that I also want to have an alternative to it, because I already have, like, I downgraded my driver just to see if this would work on 470, and NVIDIA 470 can't use compute shaders, which is a shame. Hey Rainy, what's up? For doing this on the GPU, this specifically, in terms of what? The raycasting? This was, I really loved this engine because it was also like homemade at this point. Like, I was basically just iterating a circle around each light and that's why everything looks kind of like a laser. But yeah, I also like how the sprites are so, because they were all like quantized back then, so they like go in and out. And I also like the perspective gets wonky when you're near walls. Anyway, I just thought to show that off because Ari was asking about the early kind of raycaster that I had, and that was I basically made a copy of that as it was still a raycaster, and then I refactored it completely to be, you know, proper camera matrix and stuff. But yeah, I do want to use more compute shaders, but I need to look into it. But I'm also worried about like backwards compatibility with older driver versions, because 470 isn't even that old really, and everything just broke, you know. So it would be a real shame for like older computers to just not be able to run my application, you know. I think that I'm doing this right. Not really sure. But yeah, also I'm kind of like a noob when it comes to compute stuff. Like I have my the first time I used a compute shader was when I did the particle stuff. And that was also my SSBO, my first SSBO was that too. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I would have to not only upgrade my OpenGL version to 460 core. Right now we're at 430 to properly use SSBOs. I think like there's some things there that we can't use on 430 core that actually make it kind of viable. But yeah, it kind of sucks because once you start using the newer features like bindless textures and stuff, you end up your whatever you're making just becomes kind of unportable to older OpenGL versions, at least from what I understand. I think that we can go straight into But to be honest, like, with most of this stuff, you know, could I be doing this a more efficient way? Probably. So the ID isn't serialized. I kind of want to make a function called create render key that just creates it from here. I wrote this earlier. Compare search. I renamed this to render key, so because it just sounded better. Would have been cool to mix the raycaster with true polygon rendering for entities. It would have gave it a kind of unique style. I agree. It's just really hard to actually do that when you look at the code, because the way the raycaster, like the pure raycaster works, is that it's all CPU based, the rendering. So you don't have, like, for example here, what I have is, is it here? What I have is, as soon as it's not actually, we can't actually show it in the shader. It's actually going to be in the Vertex shader, but it's not even going to show what I'm saying. But as soon as you write GL position here with a depth texture on the frame buffer, we get a depth texture that we can use for all of our post-processing stuff, and also to determine when we draw entities which ones are in front of other entities and which ones are in front of a wall. So you end up kind of boxing yourself in to a point where you end up having to do on the CPU all of your culling for objects as well, because you don't have that data rendered as a texture. Like, the depth texture is so incredibly useful because it allows us to all of a sudden not have to deal with what's behind a wall or what's not behind a wall. And so things become incredibly inefficient in raycasters, which is kind of why nobody has elevated a raycaster to that point, is because it's incredibly difficult to do. And I couldn't do 3D lighting, 3D volumetric lighting in a raycaster either, because there's no way for the wall to sample different volumes, because the wall is literally just drawn as a strip going up, you know, rather than sampling something in a shader, you know. So yeah, it's not only that it's easier, I mean, it's just, it would have made the application a lot slower, you know? Like, you would think that, like, a raycaster is a super fast, you know, way of rendering things, but when you start introducing more complex elements, you kind of box yourself into incredibly expensive calculations on the CPU to do that stuff. So but I mean, I really wanted to, because I love the true aesthetic of a raycaster, because those warbly textures and the fact that everything is just a strip. It's super retro, super cool, but you can't get real elevation, you can't get real occlusion, you know, not without the application becoming super slow. But trust me, I was ready to make that jump until I actually, like, tried to implement it, and then I was like, okay, this isn't gonna work. So we are going to take in the definition at the end. I think we also want to take in here, actually, let's just make it a different function just to say modular, I guess. Let's just put it like here. This is going to be the entire I think that we just take it at, actually. I've been trying to make, like, functions more modular lately, because I've kind of realized that I've been Like for example, I like most people I think would have just like put this at the end of here, just like put here, oh, generate a render key for this material definition that we just loaded in. But for me now, being burnt way too many times for having cases where you want to call a certain function, I just think it's just, even if there's function overhead, it's just kind of better to do it this way. How are we going to do this actually? Because I need the indices first. Okay, well, it is a good idea that I made this a So actually what this needs is it's going to need the we should also make that resizable so that you can reload your shaders while you're running, I guess. I feel like honestly what I should just do is I should just be unioning these. This is Helix, yeah. Isn't this the correct use of a union? I'm just so used to everything has its own type. To kind of stay organized, because there was a reason for that actually, because if you go to my earlier resizable, these are type specific. I mean, there is kind of a reason for that, I think. But yeah, we should, I think yeah, we take in the I don't see anything wrong with it. You just spam enums and unions. Yeah, I mean, I kind of do too, in terms of enumming stuff, and I've been trying to use unions more, but I don't know. I'm kind of stuck in my way about it, although I shouldn't be. I also need the render keys. As per usual, the issue with me is that I'm resistant to change. So I'd just rather just implement a vector for the 100th time. Yeah, you want at least as many keys as definitions. So, oh yeah, we also need, well, that's tough actually. Actually, we have that in our global texture pool, so that's fine. If anyone wants to know what I'm listening to, because my my polybar isn't working, I'm listening to Everybody Digs Bill Evans. Super underrated record. Back when I was making beats, I sampled this record a couple of times because it's just really, really great. Yeah, I think that that's fine. I put us under the education category today. I don't know if that's going to give us more or less viewers. I used to be under gaming, and I feel like everybody kind of joined expecting me to be actually making a game, you know? We actually have to search for the shader index. And so we should make a function for that too. We should not make that in this file. We should make this in this file. Oh, but then we need a header file. We were gonna make a header file anyway for this, so let me think about how we're gonna do this. I always forget how to do it, and then I like misspell this whenever I do this. I'm doing this right, promise. The amount of times I've made a header file, you'd think that I wouldn't mess it up anymore. But I, believe it or not, I still do. No, you just what's up, Anime Life? Thank you. I appreciate that. ISO C++ forbids forward references. Oh, no way. We should probably do this first, and if we don't find a matching shader, then we, wait. Oh, that's the wrong function. Take this in. There will be no bugs this time with this code. There's gonna be no bugs. And everything is gonna work perfectly. Oh, actually, I don't actually even need the pointer to the shader. I need the index. Fine. Let's just return the index, I guess. I forgot about this song on the record. Is very energetic song, much more energetic than I'm feeling today. I need something else. Maybe it's just a... Maybe it's just a... Oh god, I just hit the mic. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. The annoying thing, though, is that if we continue here, then we're always going to be... Then we're gonna have empty keys. So we have to implement something here so that we don't do that. Okay, I have an idea. Oh my god, my cat, my cat is very disgruntled. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm outside here today. I guess the cat is now a part of the stream, so. He's a very, very old cat. I'm very surprised he's still alive, to be honest. Alright. Now I guess we can make a function that does both. So Actually, we can't do both. Never mind. Actually, we can. We just have to make sure to call this only after we load in every single shader and every single texture. So let's just write a note that says that. Oh man. One of the worst feelings in this cruel world is hitting U in Helix instead of Y. It truly is like, it's like so painful. See, it threw me off. It really did. Now you might be saying, shouldn't all of these have global state? And I agree with you, and that's why we're going to do that now. Oh, this is gonna be painful, isn't it? Got it. No. I almost had the mosquito, man. It was like this close. Bummer. What are you mad at me about? Wasn't that the same thing though? Oh, I understand why. I understand completely. Okay. Alright, that's I think that was the correct way to do all of this. It's not very exciting, but I suppose we should do the save as well. The problem with all of this that I'm writing here is that we're not actually going to be able to use any of it. Reason being that none of our geometry for our default debug map, oh, come on, so close. None of our default geometry for a debug map is actually loaded in from binary. So we're going to have to assign materials for that manually anyway. So let me tell you, this mosquito is really killing the vibe though. Same exact thing, you just change it to right. I think it is. Wait, I just did that wrong. I know I did. I just looked at it and I was just like, no, that's completely wrong. How did I do this last time? Okay. You only open it at the end. Isn't root just create object? Maybe it's create array. I use create object and then create array, but I think that I can just use create array for all of it. I'm just trying to figure out. Oh, okay. Yeah, so if you want a okay, so you create an object and then you create an array because that's the only way you get a title on it. So this is actually create object. And then I'm just going to call this, no, this is I'm getting bit up, which like is really not fun. Okay. Not using this. Okay. I think the name has to be a thingy. You know what, I should just like open this up in the split actually. That's what I should do. Let's try to do this in a fancy way if we can do it. Because I kind of forget the I will eventually just remember how to do this, but I've like never used CJSON before this, so. Oh, you can just straight up add string straight up. That's cool. This is going to be name. I'm doing this right? Yeah. I think so. Let me make sure that I did this right. Object, array, object. And then you name the array at the end. With add array to object. Actually, it's root, isn't it? That you do? And then, I'm thinking like eventually, you know what I mean? He's gotta get bored, this mosquito. Like it has to end eventually. He's gotta like, he's gonna like not be hungry anymore. And then we're home free. How do I do this? Oh, it's add item. Can I just add? Oh, it's add number. And if I know what an enum is, then this should just be a number. I think that those are very big numbers, but they should still work. Okay, we don't need the ID. Let me check something real quick. I think this looks good. Okay, I was just making sure that I'm still live. Okay. I think that that's all I do, right? And then you just write the object at the end. Add item to object. Okay. Never mind. I think that that's it. And then you just, that's the print at the end. Print root, yeah. Okay. Looks good to me. Let's make sure that we called them all the right things. So name, shader, text ID, blend mode, draw mode. Okay. Sounds good to me. Alright, I have to figure out what's the... How do I add? Isn't it add object to object? Or add item to object? Just do this. Wait, but it doesn't have a name, does it? Add item to array. That makes sense. Okay. Looks good. So that will save us to JSON. Now what? I'm gonna set this up at least before I forget. I made this already? In what file did I make that? Oh. What is vertex size? What was that about? Why do I need that? I forgot why I made that. It should be vertex type. I'm like 90% sure. We've got to close this because we're not using this anymore. Where? I have to PCO soon because this is getting ridiculous. I did get rid of it, right? Oh. Seems to have solved itself. I'm just going to close all of this. While I start working on the next thing here. Okay. I'm just gonna stack allocate this. If I can. What was I just doing? Oh. These are no longer a thing. This is no longer a thing. I have to find where I put that, but... Oh man, it got me on the ear. That's the worst when you get a mosquito bite on the ear. That's just the worst, man. I think that that's the only thing that I actually had. Yeah. So, we have our bindings. We don't actually have our bindings set up, but that's what I have to... I think that that was kind of next on the list. I put this half done. I think we created like the only one that we actually need, which is ortho. I don't think I'm actually updating that though, which is the problem. How do I find this? You're actually gonna make me read right now. Oh, actually, Oh, I didn't actually implement this yet. Okay, so that's fine. I still need a function every frame that does that though. We'll put this over here. Maybe. It's kind of off. Oh. Wait, I literally already made this a thing. Only updated on VBO resize. Okay. So, do I do that? Update frame buffer properties? Okay. I commented it out for whatever reason. I think it was because I was running into a bug or whatever, and I wanted it to be clean. Okay. So I already implemented that. So I'm gonna put an X on that because that's pretty much as good as we're gonna get on that. So I need to do this. This isn't actually finished. We didn't finish all the shaders, but I'll leave that to a little bit later when I have less brain juice. A function that loops through a uniform array and then binds them. Yeah, this is going to be the hard part. Mainly because I have to basically make the JSON, probably, by hand, which is annoying. Or write a function that makes default materials and then assigns everything default materials. Yeah. Before we move on, I do want to make sure that we compile and that we're fine before we do anything else. I also want to, in the same vein, go to UI element, add a material ID here. We can get rid of these. These should be fine to get rid of. Not draw layer. Well, wait. Yes, these. It's probably gonna cause some errors, but yeah, I just kind of want to put it on there to make sure that we don't run into an error like we did last time. Okay. we can do this. Actually, this is going to give us a bunch of errors in the UI file, probably. Well, I saw that coming, but I see some errors here that... no, it's all the same thing. Okay. Yeah, I have to remove all the references to that. Something that we didn't even end up using, but we gotta wait. Yeah, we already took care of that. So, is there any way we can do this by searching? Oh, good lord. I forgot I packed this into the VAO layout. Oh. Yeah, that's cursed. Listen. We're gonna get there, okay? We're gonna get there, but we're not gonna get there right now. Because if I change all of that right now, then that's going to be a big problem. That's going to be a big, big problem. Okay. Oh, this worked. Nice. That's kind of annoying. That's actually a new bug that's happened lately, and I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know why that happens. I think it's like some frame buffer that doesn't get cleared properly. But yeah, I made things more dithery because I kind of looked at that old demo and I was like, wow, the dithering actually looks pretty cool. So I kind of brought it back, but not like completely. There's also deep fried mode, which is pretty funny. Dithering is the best. Yeah, sorry, I'm watching my cat kind of crawl all over my shit right now. Okay. So we're gonna make the stuff that does the VAO stuff. We're probably gonna need some functions to do that. Probably just like we do our create new frame buffer texture, it's gonna be create new VAO binding. How do I want to do that? I have an idea of like, I can literally take in a vertex type and then just do a switch case, you know, based on the VAO layout, which VAO layout to assign it. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Let me take a look at the init for it, for our VAOs. This cat is distracting the shit out of me right now. Like, he's just standing on the table and staring at me like, dude, I did not sign up for this today. It's gonna be so annoying if I decide to put these all in functions like I do the shaders. That's kind of what I'm moving towards. Let me actually make sure that I have a... I do have a vertex type in here, okay. Yeah, so my idea for this was to basically make VAO bindings as an array that is indexed by vertex type, so that you just index the array and then you get the VAO and VBO just like that. Actually, is that why I needed this size? It's actually gonna get pretty complicated. The worry with that is, how do users end up adding their own VAO layouts if I just hardcode enum it, you know, into an array that is indexed by the type, you know, because that isn't scriptable. So I think I'm going to end up doing the exact same thing that I did with the default shaders. and we are not going to index them by vertex type. Yeah, you're gonna end up having, regardless, you will end up somewhere down the line having an ID for this. Yeah, there's no way around it. Okay. Alright, fine. So now the issue is then this is complicated because I have this union here and this isn't. Yeah, if a user wants to make their own VAO layout for some reason, you would need an ID system. And then these would be defaults. Then we just don't make this a type. Then we just make this an ID. Hey Luca, what's up? How are you doing? I'm getting bit up today. There's just a lot of mosquitoes about. I'm doing alright. This is quite, painful. But I mean, we're not tracking down bugs today, which is, it's better. It's definitely could be worse. Yeah, I'm outside. I am outside. So I think we're just going to do it based on ID, and then we can just make a function that does our... Oh, yeah, so that's what we end up doing. We have it based on ID, but then we resolve it per group. And instead of ID, you get an index during runtime. Hey, what's up, Chad? Any tips on dealing with screen glare? I have blinds over my porch, like these bamboo blinds. And I face the computer towards the house, so that's kind of the it's also good because I think I'm south facing, so I can turn my computer away from the sun at all times. Yeah, so this is going to, we will resolve this. Yeah. Yeah. Eventually we could make just like a part of this union that just like is a resizable vertex that the user sets up, I guess. So on the refactor, yeah, we're making headway. It's just we're at here right now. We kind of jumped around, but we're at here now. So we're just doing VAO, VBO. So doing the same thing that we did with the shaders. We're just going to make it so that users can make their own VAO, VBO is the goal in the future. So I'm just kind of going to make a function that makes a VAO, VBO pairing. And then we initialize our default values. Later, it's going to be like, kind of like, you set up your own VAO ID, and then when we get to the draw buffer, we find the index for that VAO, and then that's how we assign the VAO, VBO. And we probably just like later want a resizable user vertex here or something that the user defines their own type, I guess. But for now, these are our own kind of hard-coded VAO layouts. I don't really know how to do this, which is the hard part. Yeah, it would be kind of hard, not gonna lie. We could just like technically have a max value, like we could technically just like put it to like 12 or whatever is the maximum value of vertex attributes that you can have, and then just kind of cut off the stuff that doesn't fit in the stride that the user defines. I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm overcomplicating things with this and we should just do it based on type instead of ID. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty complicated. I guess I can just do that later anyway. Like, it's not that big of a deal. If I want to eventually do that. So, what are all the I have to make like basically an API endpoint for these two calls, so I need to figure out what these need to take in. It needs a what am I gonna call this? I forget what this is called. Let me just say type. I don't remember what this is. Don't make me look up the documentation. What is Power BI? I would always much rather track bugs in C. It's also annoying because some of these, if I remember correctly, some of these are different for the, like you have where is this? You have different ones for integers, don't you? Power BI is its own database and statistics thing? Oh, really? You guys don't use like SQL or... Oh. Yeah, I've never heard of that. But I guess it's probably because it just sucks. Yeah. For this. It uses SQL internally, okay. But it's a Microsoft product, right? It's mainly used to create diagrams. It doesn't suck, no, it's really boring. Okay. My bad, Arya. I didn't mean to insult Microsoft in front of you. That's my bad. I have to look up the diagram, I guess. I mean the documentation for GL Vertex, a trib pointer. There's also a trib L pointer, which I've never used. The normalize specifies whether fixed point data values should be normalized or converted directly as fixed point. Okay. So, we're just going to say normalized. Something like that. You're the #1 Microsoft hater, but Power BI is the only Microsoft tool that doesn't constantly break. It only breaks every other minute. Okay. I will not say anything mean. I will not say anything mean. I will not. I will not. I will not. I will not. No. Oh, so you're like a covert. You're like behind enemy lines. Is how I imagine it. Do you have Linux at work? That would be crazy. That would be crazy. That would be absolutely bonkers. Okay, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. What we're doing is we're gonna create an enum with that. Dude, PowerShell is crazy. I don't know. Whatever this is. Yeah, isn't like every server in Linux though? This is going to be oh, let's not do that. Got too many enums, man. I don't know. Wait until you hear about Windows Server. Am I like stupid for not knowing what Windows Server is? Thanks. I can always count on Arya to not bully me for not knowing what something is. That's normalized. Is this just... Am I allowed to do... just... That's correct, right? As you can tell, I've never done proper web dev, so every time somebody says something web devy, I just like, it just goes right over my head. What even does this take in? This one takes in no normalized. It's just the same thing other than that. But attrib L I've never used. It takes in an index size type stride. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. Yeah, most people envy my ignorance too. It's pretty cool. Okay. So isn't ignorance just the blessing of not having dealt with things, though? That's just called bliss, you know? In my mind. But then again, you know, people who are ignorant of C, that they're definitely missing out, you know? 100%. Man, I'm kind of zoned out here. I might have to get coffee in a little bit, but I wanted to get this set up. I'm still kind of going back and forth in my own head about doing this type-based or ID-based and the ramifications of this. If I do it ID based, then we're more flexible for users to basically make their own VAO layout, but yeah, I don't know about that. We're just gonna do it this way for now. We actually can't loop, can we? Oh, well, that's painful. So we should also make another function that's actually, yeah, create new VAO binding is going to do both of these things. Well, no, it's just going to do one of these things. It's going to take a VAO binding pointer. And all it's gonna do is just literally call OpenGL to do this. Literally just that. So the way we would do this for our globals, time for your break finally. Yeah, I know that feeling. But usually for me it was more like, you know, blisters on my feet type of thing. Yeah, I've had some jobs that were not made for my body type for sure. I think we don't overthink it right now, and we just do this. For now. Because this is just for us. This is literally just for us, and not for anyone else. I do have to, though, I am going to have to go through all these one by one, though. That is something that needs to happen. So work 12 to 14 hours shift serving in a restaurant? Yeah. Yeah. I've worked my fair share of restaurants, usually dishwashing. It's not fun. Not fun. Harder than most people would give it credit for. Very, very difficult jobs. So we're gonna call, what was it? Create new attrib. We have to just go through these one by one. Unfortunately, it's just the way it has to go. I didn't ask for it, you didn't ask for it, but hey. Actually, you know what? We could just get rid of some of this stuff. To be honest. Yeah, tell me about it. I used to work this fancy, like, deli in the Lower East Side. Well, no, it was kind of like East Village in New York, and trust me, the amount of like rich snobby people that you deal with while working for not that much money, you know, was incredible. You know, it was incredible. And then we also did catering, so I would end up going to these people's apartments and stuff, and they're just like super rich people. They like hated me, you know, those rich people, because I would like show up smelling like cigarettes, you know, because I was a smoker, and they would just look at me like, man, I hate this person. It's pretty miserable. Pretty miserable. But I'm happy I don't have to deal with that anymore. Wait. Oh yeah, this is per. Yeah, to deal with that too, yeah. It's kind of the worst thing, I think. It'll bring someone to the brink, like somebody who is working for not a lot of money, having to deal with people who obviously have a lot of money and serving them. Like, that'll bring someone to the brink. It was truly very taxing on my mental health. 90% of these are going to be the same, so once I set this up, we should just be good to copy it all the way down. I never trust offset of. Also worked in the slaughter room of a slaughterhouse, and was a furniture removalist. Had a nervous breakdown. I got fired from the restaurant. It's for the best of the yeah, 100%. I usually don't get fired. I usually just walk out and don't come back when I end up having some sort of episode, because I've had my fair share of just one day just snapping sort of thing, Didn't do catering, but the restaurant was also in a high class area. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, for some people, they just can deal with it. But for me, I could never deal with it. I never trust offset of. It's mainly a problem with me knowing how stupid I am and the fact that I would mess it up. What I'm doing here is pretty, painful. I genuinely wonder how many engines do this. I can't think of many other than commercial game engines that basically create wrappers over every single OpenGL call. But yeah, this is pretty cursed. We can be honest here, this is pretty cursed. The problem that I'm seeing here is that How many did I put in this Vertex type enum? Geo entity UI text debug edit type count. Oh. Edit and debug. I feel like I have way more than that. I have edit try. How many of these do I actually use though? My last job before remote work, I just left after a panic attack, and the next day I got an offer. Yeah, it worked out pretty well. Yeah, I feel like I would like remote work, but of course I have to get an offer. Any rich business owners watching the stream, I'm down. Only half joking. We have to count how many. So debug I use. We can do that. This is just used for upscaling, but we do need it because we do use it for the upscale for black bars. The wireframe we do use. This we do use. We could probably put this in something else though. This is kind of unnecessary. I know this probably isn't the most fun thing to watch me just scrolling through my stuff, but I want to make sure that we're not making extra things that we don't need to make, because this is already probably pretty bloated for no reason. I'm actually, all of them look strangely, funnily enough, to be unique in their layouts, which is not what I wanted to see, because now I have to oh boy. Okay, let's just do it. Let's just do it. What was I just looking at? We need the dummy for reasons. I don't know if it's the same over there in the US, but customer support jobs are largely remote work. Yeah, probably. It's probably remote. This is... I feel like I could have just made these entities. I don't know why these have their own thing, to be honest, and I feel like making its own thing is probably dumb. Like, they should just be entities. The reason I had their own VAO though is because they had a T value, which changed based on the distance something. Sure. Oh, it's fantastic. Oh, it's great. Oh, you love to see it. Man. Okay, so that's that taken care of. It's gonna be basically the same thing, but I do need to change. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but wait, what? I just like copy and pasted all over this code, and I did not write this in the correct order, but now this looks correct. What was GL Vertex attrib divisor? Alright, peace out, Luca. Let me look this up. Modifies the rate at which generic vertex attributes advance. Wait, am I stupid? Oh god. Listen, I don't make the rules. I just play the game. I added that at some point for this. I'm probably going to get rid of this struct anyway later down the line, but I figure it's not that painful. Is this legal for me to do here? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want attribute divisor, you can just call that yourself right after you make the binding, like. But you know what I just realized? It's super cursed. Oh my god, why did I do this? It's not that big of a deal, I just have to figure out what those are. Okay. We are just going to replace this with Oh wait, why am I doing this? Yeah, I'm kind of hungry too, so I might take a minute in a little bit, but I don't even remember what this edit is for. I think it's for what is it? Edit VAO, edit try VAO. I think that we aren't using this. Let me see. Yeah, we aren't using this. So make the executive decision, get rid of that. We are, however, using tile, so let's do that next. How could I forget about the tile? How could I do that? You're not you when you're hungry. Very true. Hold on a second. I could just put this under, we just reuse the dummy for this. Right? I think so. I think it is very unnecessary to do this. I guess the issue that I'm now realizing is that we don't have these, okay, we can change this function to take in a float pointer. What's the call? It's a GL buffer data. Of course, the annoying thing is that you can do like more crazy things here with GL buffer sub data, but we will ignore that for now. I think I'm just going to ignore that for now. Wait. Yeah. Is this one of these things where I can't do this, right? This is one of those things, right? I've only used GL static draw here. Ever. Yeah, I don't think that you can do that. But we'll find out, I guess. Because you don't want the size of the pointer. You just make a size. And then we'll just pass it straight from the thingy. Now I have to kind of figure out, do we actually need these vertices? No. We only need them for the quad ones. Here we have this, which I think I'm just going to, right. I have a brilliant idea here. I have a very bright idea actually, and that's just like put this in a global. We're also going to get rid of that. We're not even using this anymore. Okay. Now back to tile here. We are going to pass in the... I really should have not called this screen quad. Believe it or not, this is actually... I think that I'm right about that. Okay, 0.3. No, the first one is this. I don't trust offset of any day of the week. Because I don't trust myself to write structs in a good manner. Whatever, you know? I'm kind of feeling that I'm getting like a feeling in the back of my brain like that this is gonna be one of these things that where I like code for a while and then where like everything's going well and then I try to compile it and I'm gonna be tracking something down here. I can kind of sense it. I can sense it. Okay. Actually, let's just copy and paste this down a bunch. The messed up thing about specifically this one is that I know that half of these I don't even need. Because they've already been refactored out, but I still have them a part of the VAO layout because I was too lazy to change it before now. And now we're all paying the price. I think that these are all oh, the last one is an int. The very last one. Okay. Oh, I almost missed this. Almost. Almost had me. You know what I could have been doing? I could just like... Yeah, I could have just been doing that this whole time. Huh. Fortunately, I don't know how to do the same thing going down. Yeah, it's kind of hard because we have two sizes. Oh yeah, why am I thinking so hard about that? I think that's it. 5-1, 5-2, 4-4, 3-4, 2-2, 1-2, 0-2. This is correct. This one needs vertices. Actually, good question. Zero 06 06 0606. What's the last one? Zero 060606. This one is the one. Yeah. Okay, fine. We'll not do it this way then. Void. We have to How are we doing this? Trying to see another. I have to look up the GL buffer subdata. Takes in a target, an offset, a size. What can the target be? Let me see. Okay, so let's just take in okay. They should be switched. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That I was so confused. Like, why is can't you just call jail buffer subdata though? Am I like misremembering this? Let me go to like my draw to see. No, you do null first and then, okay. Well, this is a better example for me to go off of. This is a GL enum usage. Okay. The annoying thing is that when I set this up, I set it up like this. Yeah, I would. Oh, that's good. Yeah, so that's what you need to do. Okay. We're gonna say VBO here because it's almost the same thing, but you have to do the thing here first where you say if it's static or dynamic draw, and I kind of forgot about that. Okay, so this is offset first. Is it always going to be a float pointer? No. Let me see how they do it on their end. Yeah, it is a void pointer. Okay. Then over here we need target size. We don't need offset. We're gonna take a void pointer data and then the usage, and then we don't have usage here. Okay. We got there. We got there. I mean, we don't actually need to take in a binding. This is just literally replacing the OpenGL call. I kind of was thinking too hard about it, but we're literally just keep making an endpoint for the OpenGL call. Wait. Right, that's the offset. I almost had a second there. Okay, so we can get rid of this now. VMMS be smart about this. I'm going to go null GL delete, back it up, efficiency, and now that tells us where we need to go to do the other calls. So we need to assign VBO data. Yes. GL array buffer, right? Okay. I know it took us a while to get there, but I think it looks super clean, at least. So now we're just going to copy basically the same code here. So this is going to be... Oh, we have to extern these. First of all, the crosshair quad is not even being used. That's just brain dead. The default vertices though are being used because that's actually, these should just be called screen quad and not the it's these wait, are these... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. This gets mem set into something else later. That's just the default values. I almost had like a moment there where I like lost my mind because I was like, wait, these are the same, but they are not the same. They are not the same. I'm just gonna call it the same so that I don't have to change a bazillion different values. Oh, I just hit the mic, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's been very quiet today. I wonder if changing to the education stream category was a bad idea. I just hit the mic again, my bad. We have to move it back. Oh, there we go. Then again, I suppose I'm not like, you know. Suppose it isn't like my most fascinating stream of all time. That is true. Okay, the Gets Gilberto has been kind of driving me mad now because I've been listening to it for a while. Where is it? Oh, this is a very old... I don't want to even look at this. This was when I was literally making all of them the exact same. I don't even want to look at it. I forgot how to do this. Oh, you hear that? It's a helicopter. I already did text. I get the ick with my own code. Because you just know that I was copying and pasting that. Hey, what's up, Jonas? How you doing? I'm slightly regretting putting us under the education category on YouTube. I think that's really decreased our view count today, but it is what it is. I'm working on some kind of boring refactors, basically making it so that we have kind of API endpoints for calling OpenGL. So we're basically creating a wrapper for GLEW so that users can make VAO stuff happen. So that's what we're doing, and then after we finish that, then we're going to be able to index them and then bind them during our draw calls automatically. The eventual idea is to just abstract away our entire draw call so that instead of having like all of this stuff done by hand, all of this stuff is going to be automated. Our draw call is going to end up just being a for loop, like for each draw group, each render group. Getting a call. I'm pretty sure it's a scam, so if they really care, they can leave a voice message. But for each render group, render. that's the idea. Oh, hold on, I have to text somebody. Okay. But we have a lot of rewriting of things that used to be hard-coded in before we get there. So that's what I'm working on. It's easy for me, due to my ADHD, to get distracted when doing things like this. Very easy. Very easy for me to zone out. And so I've been really trying to stick through it though. did have to get done eventually. Okay. How close are we? How close are we? Let me see. We have our debug. We're also going to need a wrapper for the SSBO, but let's not even talk about this yet. What was this? Okay. Interesting. So I think that it's literally just this. Just debug. Just the debug, actually. I can't believe I'm almost done. You also get board writing abstractions. Yeah. It's at the point where if I want to move forward, then I have to create these now, or else it's going to be more painful, because now that we're automating the draw calls into just, you know, arbitrary render groups, they all need to go straight to these, you know. Nothing can be hard-coded anymore. Which makes it, you know, it's not very fun. But it does look nice and clean once it gets done. Is that it? Was that seriously it? Whoops. Yeah, we should really be making this kind of readable, I guess. I don't know. Okay. I think that this is it. Let me just do a side-by-side with the enum directly before I move on. Geo, decal, dummy, edit. We didn't do these in order, I know. UI, wireframe, text, full screen, entity, debug. I think that's all of them. Okay. Well, I'm so happy that that's over with. Oh, another helicopter. I have the privilege of living near a military base. So that's why that's happening. Okay. So, I mean, that's kind of done. Okay. Now, we will put that in the init. We have to put it in the header file first, that's for sure. I think we always want to actually load some of this stuff first before we... Actually, no. This, yeah, we just go here, we do... yeah, I don't remember what I called it. Wait. Oh. I put the wrong thing in the... And now I'm too scared to even comment all of this stuff out. So it's just gonna sit there, okay? It's just gonna sit there because I'm too scared to comment it out. Okay. I will, after this refactor is over, I'm just going to basically clone my entire project and then delete a bunch of stuff, but until that happens, I'm not touching it. Oh, whoops. Please stop. Please stop. Okay. Alright. Alright, so we also have to get out of this file now. We can move this stuff to the header file. It needs to be in there anyway. Why do I have a end if without if? Oh. Okay. We need these in the header file anyway. Eventually we're just gonna have to take the plunge and make the JSON for us to load in. I don't think we're there yet. This also needs to be in the header file. Okay. Okay. Let's just add a reminder here. Okay. So this, we also need our shader pipeline to now be in the header file, because we need to just call initialize on all of our shaders. And now I'm remembering that we didn't even finish these. But as you can see, these are also abstracted, but not to the point where it's like, I don't know. I should have abstracted it more, definitely. 100% actually. I'm kind of regretting not doing that, and I'm thinking of doing it right now. Yeah, that's what I should have done. That's what I don't know why I didn't do that. Oh, that's a real bummer, because now I really need to do that. It's not all the actual legwork has been done for us though, because I had to put these values. And this is not a pointer. Let me go to where I cast that. Float pointer. Okay, never mind. Yeah, because it is a, yeah, that's fine. Wait, then these also aren't pointers. Yeah. Okay, well, I kind of have to go through all the matrices and then make sure that we're not passing pointers to pointers. But yeah, I should definitely abstract this away. There's no reason for this to be a thing at all. And if I'm gonna have to write another one of these, then I should just abstract it away, yeah. Okay, I am going to make a wrapper function that adds a uniform to a buffer and automatically resizes it. Wow, they're really flying today. Flying their helicopters around. Void add uniform to buffer. Oh, this is annoying. This is really annoying. So the buffer needs to be uniforms. First, actually, if we pass a pointer to the program, then we don't need the, well, oh. Never mind. This is... That's that. What did I call this? Uniform type? Can I get the... Yeah, I know it's an enum, but can you give me what I called this? Uniform type. It's gonna automatically resize here. So if the Is it just... Okay. Fine. You win. You win. You win. You win. I think that this is how the compiler does it anyway under the hood. Oh, well, yeah, this has to do. Can't you? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. I was just being very dumb. I was just being very, very, very dumb. Okay. I'm just gonna get into the habit of doing that. So now all we would have to call is add uniform to buffer, uniforms, program name, uniform mat4. Oh, that isn't the right name. And the data is Looks a lot cleaner. Bit painful though that we have to change a bunch of code. Don't do that. Do this. Okay. But I needed to check this for errors anyway, and I already found like multiple errors, so this is what I think about when people say like, oh wow, you made a whole game engine? Like, no way. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not that big of a deal. You just have to have the will to write a billion of these things. You know what I mean? It's not. I almost did it again. Okay, that looks correct to me. Yeah, this is about as abstracted away as it can be, right? A user would create a shader program. Yeah, we can make functions for these other two things really easily. I should not be worried that much about doing that, but yeah. We would need, oh god, I just really hit the mic, I'm sorry. Yeah, you would get the GLint for the shader program, and then you could just yeah, we shouldn't worry about that. We could just make a function that just yeah. Oh god, now I'm kind of realizing that I could have made this a lot, well, not a lot simpler, but, I could have just did this, like this, then s program equals then initialize uniforms then then from here you just pass in the pointer to the shader program into here instead. Yeah, that's the way I should have did that. Yeah, that's the way I should have did that. Oh well. You live and you learn. You live and you learn. And then you live and you learn again. You know? Yeah, so what we're gonna do here is I'm just going to search for add uniform to buffer. And then select all of them, and then we're just going to change them to the right name. Then we're going to go over here and change this to S. And then get rid of program, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Okay, hopefully I didn't do that wrong. Oh, also there's no ampersand there. Okay, we'll just do it again. Okay. Now we have to copy and paste this on top of these. It's not actually that bad. It's not actually that bad. It's just this. And then we just have to get rid of the excess code at the bottom. Okay. Yeah, you can just do this. Now that's a clean implementation right there. Okay. Oh, I'm really Okay. Now we can be absolutely sure that we're doing this the most efficient way possible. We absolutely should put this first, I guess. Okay. Listen. Now that is some clean code. I don't think I've ever made something this clean, but there you go, you have it clean. I just wish I could do something similar for the VAOs. Like, I don't have a system for users to pack their own amounts of data, and I don't know how to do that. Keep that comment there, that's important for us later. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kind of locked in today, I guess. Did I just... U light map size, U texture. Okay. I just skipped. For someone who hates writing abstractions, I certainly am writing some good abstractions, that's for sure. I don't know. I'm pretty entranced by how simple the code is now for all of this stuff. It's gonna be really fun to just like my draw like rendering call is just gonna be one loop that just render group in a for loop. Like that's just gonna be so satisfying once I'm done with all of this. What did I just do? VF, there we go. No, please. Okay, I'll take it. Not even sure why we need that layer ID, but we needed it for some reason. Oh, I just copied it and then Ooh, I have been really locked in here. I'm going to take a break and be back in like 15 minutes. I need some more coffee. So I'm going to put up a thing on the screen. I've been super locked in here, so I haven't been talking very much. But I'm trying to avoid bugs. I also put us back under the gaming category, so I'm also going to think of some better music to play. Not that Gets Gilberto is bad by any means, but it's driving me crazy. I've listened to it like 3 times in a row now. Did I get famous while I was gone? No? Damn. Just kidding. Bro. Cat. You gotta chill out, bro. He was trying to drink my water. He wants me to pet him. He does this thing where he like... No. He does this thing where he like puts his claws into my leg and then just starts like drooling on my leg and like staring at my hand. Like, pet me, pet me. It's like, dude, I'm doing something right now. I'm busy. Ow! Dude, he has claws. Luca. Progress is great. It's just this cat is... I'll pet you. Hey, what's up, Amanda? My cat really wants my attention. Okay. So... We haven't done any bugs. We've been doing some clean code refactoring today. So as you can see, this is all abstracted away. So it's like API endpoints. So basically, if you wanted to make your own shader inside of my engine, you would do initialize new shader, get the pointer, and then just pass it in and make your uniforms. And that's it. You have cats too? Yeah. I've just the one. His name is Monkey. He's very old and... No! Go away! Shoop. He has very big claws because he lives outside. He was always an outdoor cat. We tried to take him inside for a while, but we kind of took him in as a stray, and he always wanted to be outside. So now he just stays out on the porch with me. Okay, we were doing the next one. Oh wait, we don't actually, so, yeah, so... I had already written these in a much less efficient way. So now we're just replacing these all the way down. We also got 3 cats and a dog too. Oh, that's great. My cat killed and ate a whole bird on my balcony yesterday. Oh gosh. Oh, that's awful. Believe it or not, my cat also... We have a lot of birds in our garden because we have like a bird feeder with... We get like cardinals and a ton of birds that come, and yeah, Monkey has definitely killed a few birds, and it's like very sad when he does, because my cat is a demon, you know. He's always been that way. Just yeah, I named him when I was like very young now. I must have been like 13 years old. He's an old cat. He's an old cat. What is rubber duck programming? It's basically... Oh, is it like kind of like a stress ball? I don't know. You explain your code to a rubber duck. I see. Well, he doesn't want to hear about my code. He just wants to drool on my hand today and put holes in my pants. Monkey, I'm right here. Go away. No. No, monkey. You're gonna hurt me. You're gonna hurt me. No, you're not coming up. You're not coming up. You're not coming up. Ow! Ow, monkey! Monkey, you're hurting me. I love you, but you're hurting me. This is a toxic relationship. Please. I need to heal. No. No. No, monkey. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm in the middle of something. Go away. Dude, if he didn't have claws, I wouldn't care and he could sit on my lap and it would be fine. But his claws are like actually, like, they will cut you. Because his claws hasn't been trimmed. So he's like putting holes in my pants. Usually he doesn't bother me this much, but yeah. Stop, please. Okay, he's calmed down a bit. If you cut me, monkey, I'm gonna cut you, okay? Just kidding. In his old age, he's become like so compassionate. When he was a kid, he was such a jerk. But now all he wants is attention. It's actually so funny because these jeans that I have just have like so many holes already just because of him. It's just my jeans are just have holes in them because What's up? What's up, Arthur? How are you doing? Hopefully the mic stand isn't getting bumped too much by Monkey. Monkey, at least if you're gonna do this, get on the other side and stop bumping my mic stand. How about that? Thanks for the dab. I do think it is DAP though. I do appreciate it. Oh yeah, you guys are my rubber duck. That is true. If we want to think about it that way. Okay, he finally let me alone. Yeah, if you just let him drool on you for like a minute, then he'll just go away. I mean, I can relate. I definitely am the same way. Like, I just really all I want from people is just to drool on them, and then the transaction is over, and then we're good. You didn't ruin it. To be honest, I'm pretty sure everybody probably thinks it's dab. I don't really know why it's... I only really know because I used to be like friends with a should I be saying this live? It's just one of those things. But yeah, I used to be friends with like, he was a kind of a like a drug lord from DC. Somebody could make like a skit out of it. Every time he like entered or left a room, he would dap everybody up. He would dap everybody up in the room. And if you had to leave or entered the room, you had to dap him up. You had to dap everybody up around him, or else he like thought it was like some form of disrespect. This is a true story. Like every time he would like go to the bathroom or anything, he would dap everybody up. Oh man, that was so funny. That guy was hilarious. I love that guy. Yeah, exactly, allegedly. I've got to remember to say allegedly. Yeah, dude, that guy had aura. You talk about aura. Back when we were friends, aura wasn't really in the vernacular, but he had aura, man. He had aura for sure. Back then, aura was swag. Oh, I don't think I'm that old. Come on now. Oh, what would it have been? I don't know. We're the same age? There's no way people were saying swag when you were like 18, 19. There's just no way. That's cool that we're the same age. I naturally just like feel like I'm probably older than most people that watch streams. Maybe not. How we learn OpenGL functions. Okay. I can give you some advice on that. Basically there are, I'd say maybe 3 or 4 different types of OpenGL functions. There are the initialization ones, right? So that comes with the VBOs, VAOs. You can look all that stuff up. Pretty simple. And then you've got the more rendering ones, right? Okay, it took ecstasy and it's starting to kick in, so I'm gonna go before I start saying super shit. Alright, peace out, Amanda. Hope you have a good day and a good trip. How can you learn OpenGL functions? Right, so there are the setup ones. So basically, if you want to just draw to the screen, right, you need a VBO, a VAO. All right, enjoy that. I've done that as well. It's a lot of fun, so have fun with that. You want a VBO and a VAO. So right here I have how you set up a VBO and a VAO. You just set it up. This is going to be your buffer data. So inside here is all the stuff that you use to draw to the screen. This is the stride of the data. So this is the first portion of it is it's going to start at 0, and this is 3. So that means that there's 3 floats. For example, XYZ for position, right? And you can have as many of these as you want. If you want to see what my structure for geometry vertices is, then it's going to look like this, right? So we have normals, we have our X, Y, and Z, we have the texture UVs, we have the layer for our texture arrays, and this is just light map stuff, right? So that's how you basically do some setup. That's how I do my setup for all my geometry. If you want to know anything specific, just let me know. But if you want to draw that, then when we go and draw our geometry, I can show you what that looks like, written out very clearly. Of course, we fill our buffer. Now we take that VBO that we set up earlier, we fill it up with this buffer that we've been collecting draw data for, right? All the geometry and stuff. So we set it up, and then this goes to the size of counter times the vertex, and then you're just going to fill it with uniforms for your given shader, right? You bind the shader, you go GL use program. You can look up how to bind the shader. It's very easy to create the shader program, and then you just go GL draw arrays, right? GL triangles. It's the easiest way to draw. You can also do instance elements. All that stuff is on Learn OpenGL. So that's just a very big, broad overview of how it works. So if you have any specific questions, let me know. But that's pretty much it. Thanks. I try to make an isometric tile map with ChatGPT. That makes me crazy. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if you have any specific questions on how to do it, I think specifically the challenge with isometric stuff is the view matrix stuff. So I wish I had my old sample projects, but I did a few isometric stuff, but it's on an external drive, so I can't show you right now, but ortho perspective for real. Yeah. I followed you know, a good video is, there's this video about that I kind of like loosely followed along with, was one of my first OpenGL videos. It's actually a newer video by Hirsch Daniel. It's a content creator I really like. He just sits there and codes live, you know, and that's the entire video. Is like an hour of him just talking and going through, you know, learning with you. And he's got this video completely, you know, isometric. He makes a spinning cube in pure SDL, and I followed along with that, and that was like one of my one of the first things I did. Very underrated content creator. It's a great video. I think he's got great content on his channel. I just don't have the time to watch it anymore because I'm working on this. But yeah, Sebastian has good ones too. It's so funny to look back because when I was making a chess engine, there was like no good, like I was kind of shooting in the dark with it because I didn't really have good resources for it, other than like literally just like the chess Wikipedia, right? The chess engine Wikipedia. And I ended up coming across this Discord for Stockfish, which, if you don't know, is like the kind of the you know, the biggest engine, right? Open source engine. And so I found the Discord for that, and then people in there were just so incredibly elitist and like jerks. And looking back, I've kind of realized, looking back at their code and stuff, now knowing more about AI and stuff, that pretty sure that 90% of that code is written by AI. Oh, and the reason why that ties this back to Sebastian League is because they like hated him in there, you know? Everybody who joined the Discord or whatever that was like, oh, I came from his chess engine videos, they were all just like, oh, really? Oh, another newbie engine dev. They were like jerks in there. But yeah, he has a great chess engine, a couple of videos on chess engines. Yeah, for real. That's like, I like looking back, I didn't even like know that AI could code back then, but like looking back, I've kind of realized that those guys were definitely vibe coders, because I would ask them for advice on anything and they would just not be able to tell me. They would just not be able to tell me anything. I would ask about like bugs with my Zobrist hashing. I was like asking them how they implemented all of their scoring techniques, because I was lost on it, because I couldn't find good resources, and they would just show me their tricked out code that didn't make any sense, and they would just like copy and paste it and just like not be able to explain what it does at all. There was like one guy who knew what he was talking about, but everybody else, like, it was pretty sad. And that's why next time I'm going to make another chess engine, but yeah, definitely not setting foot in there again. You repeat their channel. Just wrote C and C# when forming a game. As for the chess channel, for the chess engine stuff, Sebastian League has a great video on it. There's also a very old series in C++, I'm pretty sure, or maybe it's C, but the Code Monkey King series on Chess Engine. There's also the Blue Fever software series on Chess Engines, which is also very good. Very, very, very long series though. So if you're interested in building a chess engine, it's pretty hard to find good resources for a lot of it. Yeah, Code Monkey has a great, because he's super down to earth, and he's a super good guy. You know, he's super down to earth and always has very good examples for the stuff that he does. All of his stuff, you can actually, I mean, like, I had to do some deep research for when I was doing my chess engine. But yeah, like, basically, if you go into any chess engine forum, you're just gonna find him asking the questions to all of the senior engine devs, and it like lines up with when he made his videos. So he's someone who deeply kind of understands all of it. Yeah, he's really. Yeah, but I'm making a chess engine. There just aren't good resources out there, and all of these newer engines, I'm pretty sure that they're just vibe coded. Because I mean, like, genuinely, I don't understand how you would even figure out how to do any of that stuff without doing that. to be honest, because there's just no good resources. When was this? When I did my chess engine? It was like last year. How I did a chess engine with C++, I did it with Rust. The code was like super jank. This Rust mentioned. God, this bite on my arm that I got earlier is really taking a toll. Rust mentioned. Sorry, I had to move the mic. Okay. Now time to check what shader didn't I do. Volumetric, snow, sky, geometry. I need to do some of the smaller ones, like the bloom too. Rust is cool. I know you were talking about earlier about doing like Odin or something, but I mean, I don't know. I definitely see more value in Rust then. Have I tested my engine yet? We can test it right now. We can take a look right now. Okay. Undefined relocation against. Okay. Well, I doubt that we are going to. Yeah. So, yeah, I've tested it. I've got a bunch of videos on it, but I was trying to compile, but now we're getting linker errors. So let me fix that real quick. I did just change this. Undefined reference to screen quad. Did I not? Oh, that's why. I named it something wrong. I named it upscale quad. I renamed it. Why mem copy instead of mem move? I don't really know. I just use mem move. Or I just use mem copy. Wow, Odin doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. That's what you were saying earlier, that you wanted to try Odin, but I really don't know about that. I feel like I understand the Rust thing way more than the Odin thing or the Zig thing. But this is what it looks like with a lot of dithering. We also have some stuff that like this is at a low resolution, of course, so this is at a higher resolution, what it looks like. It specifically needed the original address to be unchanged. I think in that case, I was just doing something super janky. So this doesn't even get used. This temp screen quad doesn't even get used. I really could have just written this out as changing screen quad to this. I could have just written this literally out as, you know, there's really no point in it. Compiling 100 crates with the project even though you don't need it. Yeah, that's kind of the, I don't know, I really do, there are things about Rust that I really liked, but yeah, it is kind of like, it does end up, you just write your loops and then you just wait for the red line to appear, and then you basically just like keep on writing code until the red line goes away, and then you're like, okay, well, I no longer know how this code works at all, but at least the compiler isn't mad at me. Rust has the power of C without have the risk. If you look at the Odin repo, they have example files to show how it works, and each line of code is 5 lines of comments attached to it to explain. How did I learn C++ libraries? Did I watch a general video for it? Well, I don't use C++, but how I learned C libraries was, to be honest, I watched some video on it, and then since then I've been banging my head against the wall. I don't think that the whole C library, C include thing is something, it's something that 90% of programmers in C, I don't even think we get it. You know what I mean? I just try to put all my shit in one place so that nothing ends up breaking, you know? I understood the Rust include library way more than I understood the C library. What do I mean by includes? I mean like the header infrastructure, you know? Like the correct program architecture so that things don't get messy in big projects. I struggle with that, definitely. Also, when you need things in certain places where they don't allow, like, for example, if you want a certain struct in a certain header file, but you also need to not be forward declaring a struct because you need another struct inside of that struct, then it has to go in a header file that it doesn't belong in. That is something that I will never forgive C for. Something that I really dislike about C is the whole forward declaration thing, not allowing for you to actually have those structs inside of those structs. Do you hear what I'm saying? But it's kind of complicated to explain. Did I do this? Did I do this one? Yeah, I did. Okay, did that one. What do you mean struct inside of a struct? I mean a struct inside of a struct. Like, you made a struct, you put it inside of a struct. Yeah, you can, but what I'm saying is, let's say we have a struct. Yes, but if you have a struct that's defined in another header file that you want to put in a struct inside this header file, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can do a pointer, but you can't actually put it inside. Do you get what I'm saying? How you improved yourself programming any application? Did you take a note? I learned Java when I was younger, and then that kind of helped me. I took a programming class, and now learning other languages is easier. But you see what I'm saying, Luca? Like, you have to, your architecture is kind of hindered logically by the constraints of needing to know the size of things in a certain order, even if that's not the logical order of your kind of include system. Yeah, there are ways around it, but it is like super janky, and it's not something that I like want to spend time doing. So I end up just like, I always end up with like a massive header file that just has everything, you know, which is annoying, you know. But they don't have that in Rust. In Rust, there are like, there's a proper kind of build system, which I really preferred. And also the documentation on the Rust build system is super good. I think that the Rust tutorial, the Rust book, is like super good. If anybody is interested in that, you should. I think that the Rust tutorial is super, super good. That's also why I'd recommend Rust to Arya if you're looking to start a new language or whatever, because the documentation is just fantastic for Rust. That's kind of why so many people are using it. Oh right, I meant to get rid of all of these, actually. These don't need these variables anymore. Rust is becoming the JavaScript of low-level language. That's kind of cursed for you to say that, but I kind of get what you're saying. It is also, it does have the whole part of it where it is like WebAssembly is like a huge thing with Rust, where a lot of people are using it for web stuff. So I kind of see why you're saying that, but that is kind of funny. I'm sorry, I'm not coding very efficiently right now. I'm kind of not locked in at all. This is a float. This view near view far should probably be actually on the player struct, but I didn't do it that way. I would not say that it's an easier language than C. I would not say that. I would, in fact, I don't know about that one, man. That's, I don't know about that. I'm not really sure. The bar checker is not a blessing. Rust is not an easier language than C. I definitely disagree with that. I think Rust, I don't know. Rust was hard for me. Like, I don't know. It was hard for me because it's hard to not like want to bang your head against the wall when writing Rust. For example, right, you have the standard library in C, very, 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 very simple, right? Like super simple. You've got your str copy, you got your mem set, you got your mem copy, you got your mem move. Okay, you know where the memory's going, you know how it happens. In Rust, say you want to write a for loop, well, all of a sudden you got to write a dot unwrap dot iter dot enumerate, and then you do all of this. Like, what the fuck is the code doing? I don't know. It's very, very... I think maybe Rust... There's the Rust language, and then there's the Rust library, in terms of like the standard library and how you're supposed to use it. In C, your entire tool set is, you have an integer, you have a variable, you say we have an int pointer that goes to the address of A. Very simple, okay? But in Rust you can't just do that. In Rust, your code gets super verbose, super fast. Say you have an int, well, now you have to make it mutable. You have to make every variable that you know is going to change mutable, because you're wearing a diaper, apparently. There's a lot of unnecessary stuff in Rust like that actually makes more errors occur, in my opinion, because I don't know. A part of understanding a low-level language, including C, is that you have to understand what's passed by value and what is passed by reference. And if you can't understand that, and you need to write mute in front of everything that's going to change, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't use C probably as old as C model. I think C is a fantastic language because it's very simple, and so creating complicated things in C is very, very simple. Yeah, Aria, exactly. I mean, that's like a very unnecessary function. It's pretty ridiculous. I never wrote anything like that, but you see that .iter.filter, you can have that with the sort, right? And then you got all these comparisons in line. For example, you let's say a variable can be null, then you end up having to write the variable .isSum, like you see there, you know, .map, .unwrap, you know, like, it's, but I mean, that's why I mean, it's like, oh, this is actually cursed. This is actually really bad. Shit. Hate to see it. You really hate to see it. Okay, well, we're gonna have to edit a file. Yeah, honestly, Arya, I don't know what that does. Because you are correct. That ampersand means that it already is a reference. But God knows what it does, because that's Rust for you. I'm pretty sure that the person who wrote it doesn't even know what it does, and just did it so that the compiler stopped having a red line. Yeah, it's an incredibly... Don't even get me started with the lifetimes, you know? Yeah, exactly. That's the way I see it. It's it's made for people who enjoy having unit tests like that. But I mean, enough shit talking Rust. I do think that there is a place for it because it does allow for very explicit code, you know. Unit test to make sure the value is correctly passed as reference. Why would you need to know that? It is a cool language. I think it's cool, but it also is. It's very frustrating to write. I have kind of a love-hate relationship with it, but we have to do this inline now, so. I'm not even gonna pretend like I did any of this code in this file. This was something that I could not figure out how to do, to be honest. It's super annoying though that I have to keep on going into these and then changing shit like that, because what did you know? I don't understand. You write them from 0? What do you mean? What I'm doing right now is these all have to be pointers, so that means that I can't do any of this math inline, so I have to do it inside of the shader itself. Hey, what's up, Carrie? But yeah, as far as the GLSL stuff goes, I just kind of, I don't really understand it as well as I do the other stuff. I'm doing good, Gary. I'm doing stuff like this, which isn't very fun. Yeah, but what I just had to do there is that this was basically putting over inline when I send it to the shader 1 over the height, so I had to put that inside the shader so that outside I just taken the pointer, or I just passed the pointer. No storm today. I don't think there's gonna be a storm today. It rained a lot last night though. Rained a lot last night. We already did this. We already did that. Did I do this? Really, I should just not even be... I should not even have this name variable here. It should literally just be this, and then we should just have this as a literal... I wish there was a storm today, that would be cool. Right now I'm in the middle of a massive refactor. What do you mean that would be cool to have a storm? As we all know, I fix all my bugs during storms. Generics from Rust could have been very cool to abstract all those uniforms types. They are abstracted. These are all void pointers. The type is only here so that we cast it later. But everything is a void pointer. Even in Rust, I'm like 100% sure that you have to have some even if I don't really know how Rust deals with it, but I'm like 90% sure that under the hood it does the exact same thing. These are all void pointers. It's going into one thing here with a void pointer. And it keeps the type so that later we can cast it. But it is basically a generic. It just needs to have a type stored with it, because otherwise we don't know what to do with it later, you know? Is there a big switch on the enum to do the right cast? Basically, yeah. But, I mean, that's kind of how everything happens under the hood anyway. You have to. I mean, that's just kind of how it works. Let's get to draw isometric map. Trying to make a 3-part PNG file, left, right, and up. Just controlled left, right while adding. How do you fix it? I don't know. You would have to find some tutorial on isometric, orthographic, I guess view matrices. I don't understand how that could happen at compile time. Because in these functions, these aren't static functions, you know? Hey, what's up, Grave? It's going good. I'm just refactoring. The weird thing is, like, it can't happen at compile time because these functions can be called at runtime. You know, and any data can go inside. So I don't really understand how that would work. But I mean, maybe that is a thing. I don't really know about that though. If it is, then that's pretty convenient, but I also think that that would have to be, it would absolutely have to be a function that can't be called at runtime. For the type you pass after the enum type, it can guess what type it should be. Maybe. To be honest, I didn't really mess around with that stuff in Rust, but as far as I understand, everything under the hood at runtime, when you pass a pointer, it always has to get cast to the right amount of bytes for the compiler to read it. Also, all of these do actually happen at compile time. Because none of it is actually... all of it is resolved at compile time. I think that's how it works. At least from what I read. But to be honest, this is kind of my first time doing something quite like at this scale, so maybe I'm wrong, but if I use manual sort when it's bigger, a lot of objects exist, I try to use less capacity. I'm not really sure about that. It's the same issue with the tremendous amount of functions. GL uniform. Well, the reason why I'm doing all of this is that we're going to delete all of these. All of these, this is why we're making all of this, because we're going to bind them to the shader so that instead what we're going to call draw render group, which is, that's what this refactor is about. So if you see here, we have a render group here that has a vertex type and a key which points to a render key which points to a shader, and that shader holds within it a bind function and bind data and the uniforms, so that all we have to do is literally go through our render groups and then just call render, you know? So the uniform calls don't need to exist because we're binding them at compile time here. This is how the API works, is we're adding uniform to shader so that all we need to do is bind uniform, which, yeah, it happens in a giant switch case, but that's how you have to do it, because that's how OpenGL works. There's no abstraction where you can get rid of uniform calls because you have to bind uniforms when you use them. Void pointers essentially are generics. As far as I understand, the whole generic thing is it's all just a wrapper over the same concept. A void pointer in C a void pointer in C, I just wrote int. A void pointer in C is only, it tells the compiler that this we don't have a specified amount of bytes to read. So if I write an int I equals 0, right, we're specifying how many bytes to read, right? With the void pointer, we aren't specifying any amount of bytes. That's the, I think that's how it all works. But we do eventually have to tell the compiler how many to read, so you always end up having to cast it at some point, or else you can't do anything with that pointer. Generic doesn't work with a big switch behind. I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, maybe you're right about that. But, I mean, I just can't imagine how that would work without, because eventually the compiler has to know how many bytes it needs to read, you know? That's what a type is. It's just telling the compiler how many bytes to read. It would generate a compile time multiple versions of the same versions with different types and then call the right one based on the actual type you provide. That doesn't really make sense to me because that's just a switch case. That's just a switch case, though, at the end of the day, because I mean, I guess. I'm not really sure. Oh God. Why did I make that a uniform? Oh, I didn't make that a uniform. I just was being dumb about it. Yeah. Do I use this again? No. I guess the only reason I'm not really sure if that's how it works is because Um, I don't know, because the pointers, I don't know. I just feel like if it was less efficient, then no one would use C, I guess. But maybe. Oh god, I have to move that into the shader too. I feel like classes are more complicated than structs. I'm not really sure about that. I have to move this into the blur. Yes. Should have never been doing this inline anyway. Oh. Oh, this is going to be annoying because I'm reusing it. How am I going to do that? How do I do that? I see. I see. I do get that. Yeah, that is super annoying. Yeah, I've only done it this way because of that reason. God, that would be really annoying if you needed that many. Hey, what's up, Lon? Yeah, that makes sense, the way you put it like that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's annoying, though. I would never do that. Especially for all of these abstractions, like I would need literally as many as OpenGL has, so I'd probably need like 12 different ones. It's also annoying because this is basically like an API endpoint, right? So I would literally have to have add uniform to shader int, you know. That would be unbelievable. Unbelievable. In my opinion, it's definitely not worth it. Definitely not worth it, man. But before I forget, I have to make sure to doing this here. This this is a it's the reciprocal. Is that a pixel art shader or for a 3D game? That's for 3D. It's just a blurring, a Gaussian blur that goes over the bloom texture. Yeah, I feel like I kind of do care about the performance though, but I also To be honest, I think that the overhead of having the switch case is not that bad. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, if it was getting called like a billion times a frame, then it would probably be a problem, but yeah, I do see what you're saying though. Yeah, that would drive me crazy. Alright, peace out, Luca. Hope you feel better. I need to figure out how to do this, dude. Because this is really annoying. Hold on. This needs... Now you're making me want to not do this. Now you're making me think about it. Now you're making me want to do all these different functions, though. You really convinced me, though. God, that's cursed, though. That is cursed. Well, I'm just gonna finish the job for now, but it's something that I guess I can think about later. But yeah. It's just, the reason why it's such a bummer is because I would literally need, if I'm making this abstraction, I would need to make every version of it because of GL get uniform location. Well, no. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do this. It would be the same as writing the huge switch case. Only each case is a different exactly, yeah. Because I'm working with pointers now. Ask one more question. How is HTML and CSS file turn a mobile app? I'm not really sure about that. There are languages like Kotlin where you can make a mobile application, or Xcode, I think, is the Apple one. Yeah, I think it would just turn into a huge switch case though. Because the struct has a void pointer. The generic macro. Yeah, I might investigate that. You got me reconsidering all my life choices right now. But yeah, I mean, it's void pointer, you know? Like, the thing is, specifically for the uniforms, right? The reason why they are void pointers is because the way I was thinking about it is that a shader can be reused, right? So in this one, we're doing it in a certain direction, and then we do the blur horizontally. So in that case, you're changing the direction. So in that case, you have the bind function on top of the shader that does that. And so that was why I kind of designed it this way. No, it doesn't do a set uniform type of thing. No, it's tagged unions. Yeah, I could have done that too. Yeah, I guess I could have, because only a few different types are going in here. Maybe that was the play, and it wasn't just using a void pointer for everything. But, I mean, this is a tagged void pointer, though, isn't it? That's what it is it's just tagged with the type that we're going to cast it to. Yeah, it does carry. Yeah, that's what it is. But also these have to be pointers, so oh yeah, I'm sure that you can use a different language for it. You're gonna have to ask somebody else for that. I don't really know C++ at all. I just thought that in C the void pointer was the way to do generics, but I'll have to look up the documentation on this generic macro. Oh yeah, so this is at compile time, I see. It's a macro stuff. But yeah, it is doing, the bind function does a set uniform sort of thing. Exactly, yeah. Basically, so what I think it would have to do if I was to do a structure like that, the bind function itself you would probably need to have a pointer to another struct with all the callback functions, right? Like you would literally need to have all the functions hard-coded then? To do that? I don't really even know. That seems very complicated. That seems super complicated to me. This actually isn't a... This actually can't go in there. To leave a... We have to leave a comment here that says... all of these are the static uniforms that are always going to be pointing to the same thing. Everything else is done at runtime, right? And that's all going to be on the struct itself. But yeah, now you got me thinking about if there's another way to do this. I kind of see how you would do it though. I kind of see how you would do it. So you would take a type into this function, right? And then based on the type, you would bind the correct function to run at runtime to the struct. So I kind of see the way. Right. Yeah. The problem is with that is that you need like a huge, like, how would you... I know how you would do it. You would put it on the uniform itself. So to mimic this, or to do this the way that they do it, what we could do is for every uniform we could have on here, instead of a type, we just have a function oh, thanks, Shu. I appreciate that. It feels like I'm doing rocket science right now. Is it possible to... So this... The issue is that all of these take in different... a different amount of variables. Yeah, how would you do it in that case? You would just need different... You would just need different ones. You need... Uh, no, you don't. You want a glint and then. Oh. You would kind of because this for example, you need a wrapper function around every other one. Is what you would end up with. Because all of these take in different variables, so there's no way that you could just that's cursed. Yeah, that's cursed. Okay, we're maybe I could make the uniform struct generic too. And have like a uniform struct for every different type of uniform. That's what you're saying? Like that's literally what you would end up with. You would get rid of this, and then you would just have, you would literally have on here yeah, it would literally be impossible because of the array of uniforms. That would be also impossible. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could do that. I don't know about all that though. Yeah, you could have a union. You could. Can I see what this returns? Can you just tell me what it returns though? Does it return anything? I need to know. So that I can... Oh. Brother. Okay, so here's what you would need if you were to do that, right? We don't actually need all of these. We don't need all of these. We don't need all of those. You don't. This is so cursed though. This is fucking cursed, man. This is cursed. This is awful. This is really bad. This is like really, 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 really bad. This is awful. Imagine completing the engine without refactoring. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering right now. So so if I understand this correctly, if I understand it correctly, oh shit, man. You're telling me this? This is it. This is the way. This is the way. This is the way, right? This is the way you're supposed to do it? Ah, bro. Bro. This doesn't seem optimal at all, but this is what peak performance is that you put in here, you put in here this, and then that's far from right. Am I not seeing something here? Because they all need different arguments. So don't you end up just having to split them up? Anyway. What do you mean latency? This is... None of this is done at runtime. None of this is for runtime. This is also that we have the correct function to call so that we don't have enum overhead later. Maybe I'm missing something and there's some feature that I don't know of that could do this in a less cursed way though. But that's the only way I would know how to do it. Would be to literally make these different and have a union that ties them all together. No. Because the thing is that you need to have the right function to call anyway. So you're gonna have to bind a function. You're either gonna have to bind this, or you have to bind one of these. But I don't really know if I want to do all that. You know? By anonymous union, do you just mean like like you can do this? I've never done a union outside of a struct. Oh shit. Wait, never mind. You can totally just do this. What am I tweaking? Oh. Never mind, this is not as complicated as I thought. Wait. Oh yeah. No, yeah, this works. Yeah. You're right. Oh, this is cursed though. Okay. Yeah, I never used this feature, to be honest. It's wonderful? Really? This seems awful what I'm doing here. So I'd need to match the layout of all of these. Right? Right? This is it, right? This is beautiful? You think that this is beautiful? Okay, well, we're doing it. Isn't this the... Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Wait, no. These need... Oh, you would still have to have this. So... Oh god, this is so cursed. I mean, this makes sense, I guess. It'll go faster if you don't think about it, you know? It'll go faster if we don't think about it. I've never done something like this. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Bro. Oh no. I would need to make wrapper functions for all of that though. Oh, dude. Dude. I would need to make wrapper functions for this. Because I can't just bind the... This is cursed, man. What? Does this not work? Or is my syntax wrong here? Oh, I'm being really dumb. Yeah, I was being really dumb there for a sec. I would have been just so happy if we didn't do it this way. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. God, and here I thought that we were actually gonna do something today. Okay, so at least everything went well during the first 5 hours. Yeah, I got derailed here because if you really are going to use an array of uniform, then I think you're forced to do a runtime dispatch. I mean not if I do it like this. If I keep a callback function inside that points to this, then there is no runtime dispatch. Wait. No. I'm right. Because then just for each uniform, you just call this function and you pass in this value and you pass in this location. That's it. That's 100% it. The issue that I'm seeing now with this is how am I going to do this? Hey Fialo, how are you doing? How do I do this? If I do that. I saw earlier that there was a way to do this without specifying a texture unit, actually. I saw this on some website earlier. I'm not sure if it's available in my... No, not a bindless texture. That's not it. No, it's not a bindless texture. It's there was a specific call on the... I saw this on the J Stefano GitHub at where even would this be? Other resources under alright, peace out, Arthur. Under here, I think it was here. Yes, this. Is that, am I able to do that? You still need an integer. How do you do this without a location, though? Oh, you still need a location. Oh, so it's still the same exact thing. Fine, thanks. I have a little question. I'm just starting my learning journey through OpenGL and I'm implementing a camera. Is there any way to make it work without a jump at the first mouse movement? Without having a boolean to check if it's first movement, which would add so a little bit overhead at each frame. I'm not sure. That sounds like just a bug. I'm not sure what the architecture of the bug is. Maybe you could log out if it's something with the input or with the camera itself. So you would still need... I think that this is going to be a problem anyway. No matter what I do here, this is going to be a problem anyway, because even if I didn't do all of this, because even if you do this, yeah, it only replaces this, so you still need to do this with this. Okay. This is quite complicated. What's going on, Luca? What's going on is that I'm like really concerned about my own life choices right now. This is like awful. Okay. So what we're gonna... This is... Okay, so for samplers, it's always going to be 100% always one int anyway. Am I vibe coding or something? No. Why do you say that? This is awful. This is awful. Yeah, you're making me wish I still smoked. So what happened, Luca, is now we have a union of all of the uniform types, right? Because Carrie brought up that if I was doing this the way that I was doing it, which was a bunch of void pointers, right? Like we have void pointers and then we're deferring the cast. There's a way we can do this without having a switch case, which I didn't really realize was possible. And it involves doing all of this, and then at compile time, we bind a callback function that gets executed during the loop, when we loop through our uniforms, right? So that's what we're doing. The issue is really figuring out how we're gonna do it for the texture uniforms. Do I smoke weed? No, I don't. My voice is like this because of years of smoking packs of cigarettes, so yeah. The thing is, you need to have this texture 2 or 3D, right? What kind of game am I making? The type that doesn't get made. Just kidding. I guess I was trying to make a game like a horror RPG with like a lot of gore and stuff. I'm a big fan of like horror. But yeah, you know. Just use Unity, lol. I mean, he ain't wrong. Who's with him? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You thought that I was about to do that? That was so funny. Hell no. Are you kidding me? Text editor do I use? Helix. Did I get you guys there for a second? The issue is when binding these, right? I got you there. That's good. That's good, man. I feel like we should go back to when we weren't doing this, you know? Can we just like rewind an hour and then not do this? That would be great. That would be great. Okay, so the issue here is like, let's say we're iterating through our uniform buffer, right? That's just on site on our shader or whatever, you know, during our draw pass, right? And we're iterating through binding all of our uniforms. So we're gonna iterate through it, and what's gonna end up happening when you do that is you've got, let's say we have a for loop here. Just ignore that. Okay, we have a for loop here. We're gonna say we get our uniform, we go, we execute the function. Nah, man, you need to switch case. You need to switch case. You need to switch case because even if you execute that function, you have different parameters. You have different parameters because if it's a vec3, then you need to pass 2 floats. No, I don't still smoke. Am I crazy here, or is there no way to do it without a switch case? Because you're always going to need to have some interior logic to pass the correct amount of values to the function. No. Yeah, you do actually. Because even if... Yeah, because this is always going to have to be hard-coded. This is always going to have to be hard-coded. Because, say you have this, you can't just pass a void pointer struct into here. It always has to be 2 floats. So you have to still have a switch case to... pass struct pointer fn knows what pointer is. Huh? Huh? What? Okay. I think we can't do it. I think that we can't do this. What keyboard do I use? I built it myself. What is GL int? GL int. OpenGL int. Okay. You know, I think that we've learned a lot here. We've learned a lot. But yeah, we have to get rid of it. We have to get rid of it. We're gonna get rid of it. We're gonna get rid of it. No, no, we had that. We had that. That's correct. Okay. Yeah, we're out of here. We're not doing this, okay? Because you know what I realized? What I realized was there was no way for us to bind a function and execute it without doing some runtime logic that passes the correct amount of values. And to do that, guess what? You need a switch case. You need a switch case. So even if you bind them as callback functions, they all take in different amounts of parameters. So therefore, we're just going to forget that the last hour happened. Okay, and we're going to get back to what I was doing. Oh, man. How old am I? 24. 24 and too dumb to figure this stuff out. That's for sure. Oh, man. This is... yeah, we already fixed this. Oh, man. That was good. That was good. We should do that again. I'll link to my dot files. No. But, I do have, my theme is available online, but other than that, I don't. My theme is on my Helix video. Wait a minute. Oh, actually all of these, none of these are actually, okay. Never mind. Oh, thanks, Arya. I forgot that I had a command. I think I'm forgetting, like, who I am through this. You know, this has been a really, really difficult time. I really thought that we were gonna get there, you know? I really thought that we were gonna get there. Looks like you're doing some pretty complicated stuff. You know, I think I'm forgetting who I am as a C experience in a nutshell. You know, when I started making that union, when I made the union and I like started and I was like figuring it out, I was like, oh shit, we can actually do this. And then I just realized that we couldn't. So, it happens, you know? It happens, you know? You know, I wanted to also say this. You know, when I went inside and I got some food and I got a coffee, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put on music. So I've been listening to silence the entire time. It's been completely silent for me. Oh man. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's so good, man. Okay. I'm gonna treat myself to some music now. Alright. Hey, thank you. I will, continue talking so that you can fall asleep correctly. One of my favorite books when I was, for my dad to read to me when I was going to sleep was this book called The Rainbow Goblins. I don't know if you've heard of it. I used to love that book. I don't know it by heart, so I can't really help you out. But I'm just going to talk about what I'm doing. Oh wait, this was the... Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. I just couldn't deal with the fact that we were doing all of this work and all this abstraction to make the program slower. I just couldn't mentally handle it. It's just not something that I take lying down, But no, I haven't been to Detroit. Oh. This EP is pretty awesome. It's one of the Sarah Records bands that doesn't really get a lot of love, but really, really underrated. Harvey Williams. Super underrated. We still are going to come across the same issue here. Where did I learn to code, and how long did it take me to get to this point? Way too long to struggle this much. I'm just kidding. I've been coding for off and on about 8 years. I think a great way to learn is just learning syntax, and then to change the name of these, learning syntax and then just starting making terminal applications. You learn pretty fast. It's a pretty awesome skill to have. I'm of the opinion that everybody should learn to code. It's kind of like learning a language, So we have all of our shaders now to initialize, which is pretty cool. Yeah. How do I start learning syntax? It's a good question. I mean, I learned it when I was in school, but there are there are YouTube tutorials that you can learn C within a few hours. In fact, there's one on I forget what the name of it is. Freed Code Camp has this one. It's super super easy to let me try and get on my stream here. It's kind of silly that YouTube Studio is on a different website than the actual thing. But let me give you this link really quick. I haven't watched all of that video, but I watched a little bit of it, and he seemed to really know his stuff, and it is a bit long, but you can skim through it. It's pretty awesome to see him talk about pointers like from the start, stuff like that. Something that I wish I knew when I started learning programming, you know. It is a bit longer than I thought, though, so I am kind of sorry about that. I thought that it was a bit shorter, but yeah, 18 hours is a lot. Yeah, I didn't watch all of it. I only watched like the first hour, but yeah, there are probably better videos out there, but I did like that one specifically. Yeah, it's probably there was another one on Free Code Camp that's 5 hours. I think I'm just going to put this at the bottom here. We have to put all this stuff in the header file. That's what I was doing. I kind of forgot what I was doing. It's been a very long stream. It's kind of... Let's just BCO at this point so that we can get around easier. Yeah, when it, you know, I spent a lot more hours in school learning my first language. But I'm not sure, I can't speak for the entire video, but I do think that the way he was explaining pointers in the beginning was really cool, you know, and he explains how memory is passed around in C through function calls and why. You know what? I just feel like I just feel like we should just do one function that just does it all instead of doing all this. But I probably should, to be honest, but yeah. Went to a C boot camp where I accumulated 12 hours a day for 26 days. That was plenty more than enough. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of time. I kind of wish I went to a boot camp. I think that would have been fun. I love how this function just calls another function. I just can't wait to stop doing this, you know what I mean? Like, once this is over, you know? It was your uni's bootcamp? You have to complete it and pass 4 exams to get in? Wow. That's cool. I went too far down. I definitely should have. Actually, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna take our pre-existing code and we're just going to replace it because it's literally the exact same thing. It's so cool that we spent all day doing this to end up exactly where we started, but sometimes that's just the way life is. So I think we're gonna do this. Okay, one of them got messed up. Okay, we're gonna ignore it. Out of 200 people, and 20 got in. Wow. That is pretty, I'm pretty sure that one's not a real thing. If anybody's wondering why we're doing this, it's now all of the shader stuff is abstracted. Please tell me that I named that one incorrectly or something. No, I forgot one, I think. Anyway, even though these wrapper functions exist for our interior logic, I don't even think we use that. I don't think we use that either. I did miss a few. That is fair. Oh, I definitely did this. Did I name these silly? No, I just didn't do them. Okay. Well, we're gonna count up all the ones that we missed and then go back and do them. I thought that I went down the list and I did that. Then again, I did start this stream in a very different headspace than we ended up, so who knows? That's gonna stay the same. Which actually, this is our geometry shader. These are both deprecated. Anyway, if anybody new is here, we do have a Discord you can join. If you're a developer or if you're interested in any of the things that we do. Got a lot of developers in there. It's pretty chill. I guess I am missing a few though. This we aren't going to deal with yet, but I'm fairly sure that these we don't use, but without a doubt we use these. Oh, we have that just commented out forever, pretty much. Thanks, Aria. You know, I think I'm pretty chilled out now, you know? Now that we got through all that, you know, I think I'm just... It was good to get all that out of my system, you know? Am I streaming from a laptop? Yeah. Well, it's a laptop hooked up to an external monitor with all this equipment, but yeah, it is from a laptop at the end of the day. Did I bring all of it outside? Yeah, I do every time I stream. Spend 15 minutes bringing the mic stand out and all that. It's alright, it's not bad. We're not going to do this. We're just going to comment this out. I actually have tarps all around me. And blinds and stuff. Believe it or not, if you look through the VODs, it does in fact rain a lot. And it's very loud. But I always manage not getting wet. Sometimes I do have to move the tarp and stuff, and it gets pretty sketchy, but I like working outside. It's really great if I'm not getting bit up, you know. I feel like none of them I'm using other than the ones that all of them are commented out. Oh, this one is. Debug shader I do use, but debug shader does not have Yeah, all this stuff is done inline too, which is this NeoVim? No. This is Helix. We do need to pass the projection and the view. I feel like we just keep this inline. This is our wireframe debug, so I feel like moving that into an abstraction is probably, there's no point. What was the other one that we were missing? Was I just missing this over and over again? I guess so. Once again, these are just our stock shaders. I'm only doing this because this is how users are going to use the API anyway later. This is actually, I feel like we already did this. I'm having deja vu on this one. I'm really having deja vu on that because I definitely moved this this variable into, yes, right here. Oh, it's because I misspelled it. That's why. Do I have my Vim config somewhere? This isn't Vim. This is Helix. My Helix config is really small though, and I've kind of copied it from some of it from a Reddit post, but yeah, you can look at it here. That's pretty much it. If you want my theme, you can do exclamation point theme to get that. So we did have this after all, I just misspelled it. Initialize. I had a feeling. Okay. That we can keep commented out. Okay. So now that is all of that. Now the trick is going to be actually, is this what we want to do? Do we want to make a scratch buffer and make a JSON from scratch so that we can... Yeah, I was gonna make a wrapper function, but yeah, why not? I just call it generate render keys, right? That's pretty much it. I just need to, I mean, this is kind of a silly function, isn't it? To have, if it's just going to be those two things. It's over here, actually. Where do I want to put this? We'll put it in maps. Yeah. I put this in the header file, did I? Did I really? I did. Okay. You can see all my funny names in here. Let's see our other JSON just so that I can familiarize myself with the layout. Should basically be this. Should open in the split. Good question, actually. Does that actually like get the values of those? How do I do that? Can anybody translate binary for me? How do I read this font? I use my eyes, believe it or not. Yeah, we might not be able to do this right away. I think that we should probably just make a function that initializes our does it kind of do not like this font. Oh well, I'm sorry. I'll put it below our initialize. Or is the JSON thing indented twice? I'm not really sure. In fact, let's take a look at it. Let's take a look. So this is indented once. It's indented twice. Wait, is this the actual value? 2E32? That sounds very big, Luca. That sounds very big. I don't know. Okay, so after this function, I think we're just gonna put this in. It's kind of stupid, but this is just because 2 elevated to 32. It's int max. Oh. This is Helix. I'm just going to resolve default map. That's what I'm going to call this. Materials. Okay, because our debug map is not loaded in from binary, and so we have to assign the materials somehow. Basically, so. Have I externed this? I feel like I should have that externed, all the collision geometry. I should have that externed by now. For now, let's just take it in as a parameter. We are literally going to do if actually you need the pointer. This is actually we're just hard coding this for our debug map, so this is going to be 6. We need to resolve this, and we're assuming that we already have our materials set up, so that is annoying though, because we have to have a JSON no matter what to point to. Okay. We're gonna need a JSON anyway because we need materials, so let's not forget the outer brace. Let me go to the oh yeah, now we're back to the blend mode. We're just going to set this to -1, and then if it is -1 on our load in, we're just going to set it to a value that we know. Sorry, my bad. I'm reading the paragraph. What should the default be? Is this even an enum though? Hold on. This is GL enable. It's a function, so it should actually have both. Yeah, I think we actually need both, right? Because you need this. I forget what this is for, but there is a point for that. Okay. Then we are going to put draw mode equals GL triangles. Pretty sure it was really this blend mode. I think we're gonna end up writing all of these. So we're gonna write. Don't we? Oh, we also need depth texture, or I mean depth testing. Aria, tab in. I'm just kidding. Only half kidding. You kind of want all of these actually. So I think we might actually have to edit it. I was just joking. Yeah, I think maybe we edit the struct itself. Oh hey, the font that I use is the Trident MX437 font. Yeah, it is kind of annoying because you do want these to also be a thing. But you kind of want this per... I think for now we put it on the thing though. Is it just depth mask and then depth test? I kind of wish that it was just I wish it was just a part of the thing. Wish that you could just do like an enum for this, but you actually have to end up doing right? And you also want this, right? See, now this is just getting a bit bloated. What was I just, what did I just do? Okay, yeah. So you need it. Compare func. Yeah. So this got quite bloated already. We have to go to the save and then change that. This is Visual Studio or VS Code. This is a text editor called Helix. It's pretty cool. It's you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. So, highly recommend it. Yeah, I'm on Linux right now. This is Mint. It's built on top of Vim, right? I think it's separately, but it's pretty much the same keybinds. Very, very similar. It's kind of silly that we have all of these now, but that is the way it goes. Believe it or not, Helix is made in Rust. I know, right? Wanted to switch to Linux so badly, seems so much more freeing, but also quite overwhelming. I definitely think that you should do it. I mean, it's not only that it's freeing. For me, it was it's great for development, great for coding. You know, that's what you're doing most of the time. It makes things a lot easier than being on Windows, at least in my experience. And honestly, don't listen to all the diatribes about you should try this distro, you should try this. It's pretty much all the same thing. So don't get that worried about it. I'm on Mint currently, actually. I run this on a very bad computer, so I was kind of scared of the rolling release things. But there are plenty of reasons to stick to Windows. After all, Visual Studio Debugger, for example, is something that I miss out on. So this is value int, right? This, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think that they are locked, unfortunately. That sucks. But you could also dual boot. Definitely if you have enough space to do so. Sorry, I hit the mic. Okay. Okay. It is kind of annoying to have all of this stuff, but alright. Let's see what Carrie's got to say about it. I've been cooking and I found a way to have compile time dispatch on uniform while having only a single struct generic uniform that can bind itself without checking on enum type. Does it handle the issues with the callback functions that we ran into? It solves the issues with the callback functions, really? Meaning that we could call a function with a basically does a nasty cast on a void pointer without checking. That sounds horrifying. Yeah, that's what I already thought, yeah. Yeah, that's what I had with the function pointer earlier. It doesn't fix the fact that you, for example, if we have a void function here for any of the OpenGL uniform functions, they take an unspecified amount of parameters. So let's say, it's this, right? And then there's another GL float inside of some of them. And then other ones have just 2 GL ints. And so this is where I was with it, is that it's handled through macros. And I don't have to make 20 different structs with different like uniform vec3s inside of a union. Yeah, send me a snippet, I'll look at it. Learning C# as a beginner? Sure, I mean any language is good as a beginner. Thanks for cooking on that, Carrie, though. I really appreciate that, because I was thinking about it. All you need to do is define uniform. I see. I see. I see. So you're saying that you would need to bind the correct function that does the correct cast? Is that what you're saying? To be honest, my brain factor has been decreasing ever since we went down the rabbit hole, but link type to GL uniform function. Yeah, that's what I thought earlier, but maybe you're right, you can't do a macro to pass the correct amount of functions. I was just worried about overcomplicating things, namely because I still haven't really figured out how we're going to do these texture binds, because I'm probably going to have some internal logic anyway that does, that adds here if we're binding multiple textures. So I feel like we're going down a rabbit hole here for when there is probably going to have to be some specialized logic that I'm not even sure about yet, But I feel like it is possible. A more efficient way, for sure, but I'm not really sure, like, yet how, why you never code in C no more? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, to do things like a really efficient way, I should probably use macros more. But I don't know. You see me, I keep on doing these massive refactors, and I don't really mind them. So maybe one day I'll have another massive refactor where I make all of that. Macro it out. But I always mess up. My macro game is pretty weak, Yeah, there's no way to do this by hand. I should really stop pretending that I'm actually going to be able to do that by hand. Should go back to the function that I had. Kernel dev? Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I still like the language, though. We're just gonna make a function here called initialize default materials and not read it in from any file name, because it's the only way to get materials without having to search and write to JSON by hand, which I don't want to do right now. So if we want to do that, then we go straight to material definitions. But I appreciate that, Carrie, and I'm down to take a look at that code, though. Oh. How do we want to do this? It's fine to do it like this. I think it's fine. You hate to see it, you really do. Yeah, we need to resolve the shader name and the name after. So it's gonna end up being super janky. I don't really know what all of this is. I'm just gonna kind of guess. Just in the ballpark of what you'd want for a wall. You'd want some blend, you'd want some depth testing. Yeah. I can definitely see it. For S factor, we're gonna go GL blend SRC. Now it's GL SRC. I'm not even gonna pretend that I remember. I think that's all that we can do. What is the ID? Alright, that's for later. That's for once we link it. You can tell him. I'm almost out of brain cells today. Let me look at this again. You really want the shader. You really want us to just... We can just sprintf it, like really. How long have I been coding for? Off and on about 8 years. To be honest, a lot of off, a bit of on. but I do love coding. The story I always tell about it is that when I was a kid, or when I was a teenager, one person said that I sucked at coding, and then I kind of just took it to heart, I guess. And then I stopped coding for a very long time. Or well, off and on, but you know. Let's actually take a look at the correct, this is going to be all the way down here. I want to make sure that these draw settings are correct. In fact, this is not that. This is this. Maybe it doesn't have blend. Oh no, it does. GL less, depth mask true. Yes to depth tasks. Yeah. This is correct. Oh, don't be intimidated by the 8 years. As I said, it was mostly off instead of on. First, useful resources. There's a lot of good resources. It depends on what you wanna study in terms of coding. We do have a Discord we're trying to build like inside this like learn channel, kind of like resources specifically for graphics programming. Yeah, exactly what Lucas said. Find something you find interesting. For me, when I was a kid, I was interested in like chess and stuff, and so I made chess in the terminal, you know, something like that. Always a project that kind of like keep your brain happy. Wait, hold on. I forgot immediately what this was. It's gonna be texture 1. Well, to be honest, I mean, if he's completely new to coding, I don't think anyone has a field yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize my cat was sleeping under me and I kicked Not hard. I just put my foot on him. I was sleeping underneath my feet. I had no clue. It's been there for so long. Oh, I have 2 of these now. Oops. Oh, quant dev, yeah, quant dev. Quant dev is cool. It's definitely possible to learn. It's definitely not intimidating at all. Just don't be scared and just code, you know? If you're talking about graphics programming, don't be worried about it. I mean, I'm still learning things all the time. Yeah, look, this is all in C, what you're looking at here. So it's a function that I'd really recommend, you know. Do we have depth testing on at this point for this? I think so. Yeah. I'm gonna have to double check the names and all of this. What's my debugging process? GDB or log stuff, and then embarrass myself for 4 hours on stream a day looking for where the bug is. That's usually what I end up doing. How long have I been on Linux? Not long at all. Like, I literally just installed Mint like a month ago now, maybe less. When I was younger, I dual booted it. But also when I was a teenager, it wasn't something that was as widespread as it is now, you know? Like, in terms of support. Nothing had Linux support when I was a teenager, you know? Everybody was on Windows. All the IDEs were on Windows, you know? Nowadays, everybody's on Linux, everybody's using NeoVim, you know? It's cool to see. It's cool to see. Oh, I haven't been checking the texture IDs for any of these. Oh, I don't have this as a... as a thing. Oh. Yeah. Well, VS Code gave us such an easy way to debug that doing it the hard way is weird nowadays. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I was never a debugger person, personally. I have one station for everything, so we use WSL2. Yeah, I mean, whatever you find that works for you. I think, for me, it was just, VS Code lags a lot, so, especially with how big this project is, you know. I need also the ceiling. Yeah, the real issue is how is my animation system going to fit in with this? I didn't really think about that, huh? Well, we will tackle that later. I mean, is these are all the materials we actually need, right? I have to put this in the header file. That's true. This ended up being a pretty chill stream. It did start, or 5 hours in, we kind of like dove off of a cliff, you know, but we turned it around, you know, we did. The code snippet is too long for Discord. Oh. Does it let you message it to me? Yeah, don't buy Nitro. If not, you can post it in two snips if possible. How do I handle model rendering? Do you do it yourself or you made your own thing? I haven't done 3D models yet in terms of meshes. I only do sprites still. It's in the works though, but yeah, all of my let's see if we actually compile it or run right now. But yeah, everything is still a sprite. It's funny that we have particle effects before I got 3D models, but it's in the works. I plan on doing it. Yeah, I'm outside, so it's all the real world, the real sounds that you're hearing. Oh, I don't know what that flashing is. It's actually pretty interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we have been playing around with things, so I wonder what that is. Interesting. It's like that very weird flashing effect. I'm gonna make an object loader eventually then? Yeah. That's the plan. But I don't know, the whole goal was to make my own. A lot of engines out there just have like, you know, you just load in the blender models and stuff and that's it. But my whole goal was to have like, you know, triangle editing kind of be the main thing. So, you know, being able to edit things and, you know, move them and all that. I haven't touched this in a long time because does this still work? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I broke all of this. I think I did. This worked eventually, a long time ago. But yeah, I haven't touched this in a long time. I remind you of JDH? Oh, that's cool. I like his content. Huh. Interesting why that doesn't work anymore. This triangle is also interesting. Oh god, I hit the mic. This flips to normal still? Huh. Can I still place a cube? Is that something that we can do? That is something that we can do. No, it isn't something that I can do. Oh, it is something that I can do. Okay. Well, we can still make shapes, but apparently I can't. All of my editing, my triangle editing stuff. I have to figure that out. I haven't touched it in a long time. Yeah, there's a lot of implementations of .object file loading out there. How do I handle memory management? No, nothing as fancy as arenas. It's all malloc, you know? It's nothing fancy. It's all my own vector implementations in malloc. Nothing fancy. Maybe eventually, if I find the need for it, then I'll change. But to be honest, the whole idea of the engine is to make something that's simple and can run on a potato. So my idea was to pre-compute light maps and stuff, and do volumetric lighting by pre-computing it on the CPU rather than global illumination stuff and ray tracing. So was my goal, and you know, that's where the real code lies. Is the this is where the real code is. You know, is all the light map baking I have to do. Right, the render keys need to also have the same thing. Alright, thanks Luke, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, when I generate the render keys, I'm gonna need all of those things that we just did. That's painful. That's quite painful. Yeah, all of these have to actually move into the material itself. There's no way around it. So it was fun when we had very simple ones, but peace out, Luke. You kind of want to end up making this a struct itself. It's the correct way. What is this called? Render properties, I guess. Like this. Peace out. Have a good night, morning, wherever you live. I love working outside, it's awesome, except I do bother the disgruntled cat that sleeps underneath me, and I get bit by mosquitoes all the time, but it's not that bad. You could definitely do this without doing this, but Arya. Do you want them to be shorter? I can make him short again. Wait a second. This should have a draw mode in it. See, I do it for Luca. But, I mean, listen, Arya. If you... Listen, if you want me to, you know... Oh gosh, this is so painful now. Oh gosh. I'm trying to finish my thought, but I keep on like losing the train of thought. Come on, Arya. If we didn't stay live for this long, then Luca wouldn't be able to watch. Now I actually... Oh, this is so painful, actually. Oh. Alright, come on, you wouldn't do that to poor Luca. Oh. I see. I see what it is. I see what it is. Arya, let's be real. This would all go away if you had another $1 in your pocket, is that what you're saying? I didn't know that that was what this was about. I mean, I understand completely, but this is gonna have to change completely. We're not even gonna pretend there. Dude, I don't know. I mean, is it crazy that I don't know. That's a real mask off moment. I'm wondering if you pass a pointer or not. You only accept $1 at a time, so it's a slow form income. Why only $1? Oh, you specified $1 because you want me to give you $1 right now. Oh, I see. Alright, I mean, if that's how it is, I think, hey, I think Aria's work is worth more than $1. I think Aria's worth more than $1 to me. What do you think, guys? Oh, wait, hold on. What am I doing right now? What am I doing? What? Man, that was funny. You're worth $1 million for me, and it's just, I just don't have $1 million, so I just would never be able to give you what you're worth. It's the curse of being worth too much to me, that I would never be able to pay you enough, you know? Gonna pay you an exposure. I promise you, Aria, once I'm rich and famous, I'll pay you $1 billion, as much as you're worth to me. Believe it or not, I don't want to get all sentimental here, but you've been there since the beginning, so you do mean a lot to me. And that isn't me bullying you or making fun of you, but I do really appreciate it, so. And that's coming from someone who is never genuine, so. There you go. I did copy the wrong line. See, my thing with this was, my idea here was that I just like pass parameters and then search for a render key, but now it's like a lot more painful. Yeah, I did see that. That was pretty funny code. Like, I'm pretty bad at coding, right? Like, you guys know that, but I don't think I would ever be I don't think I would ever be that bad. It did go up to 999, but not all of it was used, I think. The more the better, yeah. It's pretty interesting because I feel like you could just like search up on the internet, how do I make a dialogue system? And you would be able to make one way better, like immediately, right? As long as it works, that's what matters. Yeah, but not if the guy's a douchebag. Then it, you know, then that kind of goes out the window. Bro, the guy was rendering the lighting system thousands of times a second. Yeah, that's just because his frame rate is that high. Okay, so we initialize default materials, generate the render keys with those materials. Now how do I assign them to the default geometry? Good question there, mister. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I feel like Blizzard would be a much better company if they completely, if everybody got fired and was replaced with good people. I feel like then it would be a good company. I haven't heard anything good about the people that work at Blizzard. Ever, actually. Yeah, I feel like if you removed every bad person at Blizzard, you would be left with no one. So... this is actually kind of annoying. On the... I don't think that there is a way. We have to kind of hard code it. That's just simply the way it is, so... Right, the material definition. Right, I was going to do that. When I create keys, when I generate keys, I have to put on the material actually. Material ID equals key count. In other news, I heard that Pirate Software is looking for new moderators, Arya, if you want to hop ship. Yeah, he'll definitely pay you more than $1. Oh, a client. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. This is kind of Pirate Software-esque code, isn't it? I'll just make a function that does this. Didn't I already do this? Oh god. What is this? Oh. Bro, serious? So why did I start making the streams longer? Because I realized that they did a lot better than the shorter streams. I think it's just the way the algorithm works. So if you want to know the true reason. It's because you have sweet blood or something like that. It's apparently what they told me when I was a child. So. Yeah, I have to search. Oh, I did. No, I did it for. It's gonna be the same thing. Is this a Valgrind joke that I'm not getting? Is this a Valgrind mosquito joke? Or a sweet blood joke? I could have made this a union, you know. I could have made it a union. Who wants to make a union with me? Just kidding, man. Just kidding. Did I just delete my entire file? No. Okay, well, don't worry. I didn't even want to know what the joke was about, so that's fine. I'll just live without knowing, you know? It's fine. I didn't want to know. There was no joke. I was speaking nonsense that was unrelated to anything said in this chat. Ah, I understand. But now I can see how you thought that because of Luca's messages. Yeah, you know, it's kind of like if I just typed GDB. So awesome. How else would I find my sec fault? You know? Listen, I know you want your dollar. But believe it or not, I haven't made $1 yet. So once I make $1, you can make $1 too. By the time you'll make $1, inflation will be up your debt to $2. Not paid at the same time, obviously. Okay? So where are we drawing the line here? Is this a made-up inflation, or are we actually going to calculate this? Because I feel like, hopefully, I'll make $1 before we reach, you know, double the inflation. But if we're using like your own internal logic, just let me know. I could have done this in a lot less stupider way, but I've actually been live for 8 hours, believe it or not. Once again, I've been listening to the same music for a very long time. This is about a 20-minute EP. And I've been listening to it for probably the past 3 hours. Maybe 2. It's an awesome EP though. Awesome. Really good. It's really good. It's got this song on it called She Sleeps Around. It's like the best lyrics of all time. He says, everybody thinks that love is precious. It's a great song. Big fan of all of the Sarah Records stuff. Maybe this is it, guys. Maybe this is it. Do you think we just stay on for a few more minutes till we hit 8 hours? We got 4 minutes left. Oh gosh. Am I gonna leak something by accident? Oh my gosh. I did not think about what I was just doing. Why not? Yeah, that's my exact thought about it. Once again, thanks everybody for. Oh, there's a lizard. Once again, thanks everybody for joining. If you enjoyed the stream, if you want to be in the Discord, you can join the Discord. I can't read your mind. I don't know what you want in life, but if I was you, I'd probably want to join the Discord. I'm not sure if any of this stuff works. We didn't really get it into a workable state yet. It's actually, believe it or not, it's pretty close to a workable state. We are pretty close. No, I think we should do like a YouTube short thing and clip the whole, me almost downloading Unity thing. I think that was a good bit. So we are going to call this function inside here after we generate. I'm going to call resolve default map materials and move this in. Going viral. think you want to do it here. One day I'll be famous, right? Everybody believes in me, right? One day, right? Do you think to be famous I have to learn how to make all this uniform union bullshit? One day. You made sure to say one day. Wow. I ever tell you guys that Ari is my favorite person ever? It's true. It's facts. It's very true. Gonna have to track down this bug with the, I must not know many people then. Damn. Aria. Aria really wants that dollar. Aria, if I don't get viral, then you won't get $1. Do you understand? That's awesome, Luca. I hope that I'm a lucky charm. Okay. Well, I think that's how we're gonna end it. Probably. I mean, I don't know. I mean, let's take a look at this file. This is X'd off now. Haven't done that. We're gonna do a slash on that. This stuff is still in the works. Yeah, I came up with this idea. Parallax layers that shift based on view angle and position. So, to show you what I mean by that is that oh, did I hit caps lock? Yeah, I did. I had this file where I wrote out the following model. My astute observation is that the only thing that isn't a constant is the viewing angle. So, technically speaking, if we cache everything, right, and then just layer different viewing angles pre-computed on top of each other like a 3D light map, and just sample the slice based on our current viewing angle, we can pre-compute a fog light map using this method, right? Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. It's probably going to be a ton of memory, but that was my idea. Was my very original idea. As far as I know, no one's done it before. Probably because why do this when you could just ray trace? Okay, well, I think that's it for me today. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for watching, as per usual. I don't know when I'm going to be live next. Apparently, I have to spend the next 2 weeks on some awful medicines because they put me on a lot of medicine before my allergy skin test, which is coming up in 2 weeks, with my allergist. And so I hope that the all the stuff that they put me on doesn't just knock me out all the time. But that's a lot of fun. Well, join the Discord. Oh, thanks, Gary. No problem. I appreciate that. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, I guess. I will, don't worry, by the way, that there's been no Arias harmed in the making of the stream. I will pay the $1 fee.